All right, you already know. Salute. What's good? Salute to the family. What's good with my family? How y'all good people feeling on this good Thursday, man? How y'all feeling, man? Ain't been live in a couple days, but I'm back. I know I got plenty of videos posted. Lady Do, how you feeling? Appreciate you. Your first one in the build. Appreciate you. Jelly Bean, salute. Appreciate you for pulling up. Jose, what's good with it, bro? My bro D man, what's good with it, man? How you feeling, bro? Queen, aka Miss Sunkiss, how you feeling, Queen? Appreciate you for pulling up. Hold on, man. I give all queens get wrenches, so I gotta make sure I get you right, man. Yes, all the ladies, no questions asked. The queens get moderated around here. How y'all feeling, man? You know, we gotta y'all already know my slogan over here, man. I ain't here to break the news. I'm here to have a conversation. But we here to have a conversation. So we got to have us a conversation, man. Y'all already know that boy Wilder making his return this weekend. Why would somebody be hurt right while I'm live? Like why would the ambulance want to ride past here? Hope y'all can't hear that. But what's good with the family? Salute to Monica in that super chat. Appreciate you, Queen. Showing up for me, putting some color in the chat. Appreciate you. How you feeling, Queen? Salute to everybody pulling up. Y'all smash the like button, man. We gonna work. We gonna have a good conversation. MP, what's good with it, my bro? How you feeling, Brody? Yeah, man. You know, yeah, we got a big fight weekend coming up. Got a big fight weekend coming up, man. As you know, it's the return of the Bronze Bomber, and anytime, you know what I mean, he's participating in a fight. It's must see TV, win, lose, or draw. Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it go. But you know, this live right here, like one thing y'all know I do over here is I just like my bro said, I provoke thought, and I like to have conversations of substance and productive boxing conversation, and you know, I try to have conversation that not everybody having. So when y'all get here, it ain't something you heard 20 times in a row. I know I think that much. I consider the people that much when I do my content. D man, what's good with it, my bro? You heard me? I ain't think nobody caught that. Quick, my sis, how you feeling, sis? Appreciate you for pulling up. Oh man, Dr. Mark, how you feeling, OG? Appreciate you for always pulling up. Much appreciation to everybody that pulls up to these lives that, you know, make the grind worth it. Like I said, I've been grinding these shorter videos But I'm back with my lives too. So I appreciate it. I got about 20 new subs too, man. So I call y'all supporters. So salute to the 20 new people that I got that's rocking with your boy, man. Get me closer to 7,000, which get me closer to 10. So much appreciation to everybody that tunes in and pulls up. And like I said before, I'm gonna be a little more proactive, man. So if y'all got other social medias and stuff like that, do your boy a favor, share these lives, man. We're gonna get these conversations out to as many people as possible, man. Because like I said, man, not only am I one-on-one on YouTube, TWT as a whole, as a family, is one-on-one on YouTube, man. So our content deserves to touch as many ears and hit as many eyes as possible. So on that note, we're gonna get into it, man. I got a thumbnail, man, and the topic is over celebrated versus underappreciated, man. And I know some people naturally there disagree with maybe some of the people that I got in the thumbnail, but I'm gonna get to it. I'm always of logic and reason. So despite if somebody agree with a stance that I'm making, you could still most certainly understand where I'm coming from. So it's nothing personal to no fighter that's in the thumbnail. It's just something I observed, man. Some of your boy just observed. Okay, Monica, you stay safe on that road, Queen. Appreciate you for pulling up, literally. Appreciate you. But yeah, this is a big fight weekend, man. And out of the 6 people that's in this thumbnail, two of them got fights this weekend. And those 2 people, it just so happened, in my honest opinion, they happen to fall under the category of underappreciated in the sport. And far as the people that's over celebrated, I mean, it's real obvious. You got Canelo, you got Monster Inoue, and I know he kind of like a casualty at this point. Like he ain't doing nothing but doing what he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? I'm not questioning him as a fighter so much. I'm just questioning the praise that he get. And we all know, like, it's no knock, it's no slight on him. He whooping ass. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to who they putting in front of this man, when it comes to Monster Inoue, he beating up any and everybody they put in front of him. You get what I'm saying? And it's all respect to him. But again, he just falls in the category. Big Texas was good, my bro. Appreciate you for pulling up. He just fall under the category of over celebrated. And you know why I say that? Despite what the business that he's taking care of in the ring, and he's doing a hell of a job, like I said, man, grabbing titles, beating ass. But we know this dude participate in them lighter weight classes where it's no knock on him and it's no slight to him. It's just less competition down there. That's why the lighter weight classes don't get as much attention as some of the bigger guys. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those lighter weight classes, you got a tendency to see a lot of punches thrown and less knockouts and things like that. Appreciate you for pulling up while you're at work, my bro. At what weight does the monster fight at? The 120s, right? Yeah, he light in the ass. He under that 118, I believe, actually. Jose 118, because Cool Boy at 122, and they talking about him fighting Paul Butler next, Monster Inoue, and then supposedly he's supposed to be going to fight Cool Boy. So we're gonna see how that pan out. Yo, the Wise Crush, Mr. PSA. Otherwise, my bro was good with it, bro. Appreciate everybody for pulling up. Like I said, man, y'all make the grind worth it. And your boy is all about grinding and staying consistent, man. But yeah, Monster Inoue, like it's limited competition at the lighter weight classes, man. And there's no knock on him. It's just what it is. And when it comes to being over celebrated, like the reason I say that is because we all see these bogus pound for pound lists, and we all know they're subjective. I get it. To each his own. Your pound for pound list is your pound for pound list, and it don't really hold no merit in the sport of boxing like that. You get what I'm saying? But when you see several lists and you got this guy over Errol Spence and stuff like that, I just think that's part of the reason what makes him over celebrated. You putting him over fighters that he shouldn't be over, just simply put, because of the lack of competition that's at those lighter weight classes. And it's just something that you got to take into account when you placing people on these pound for pound lists and, pretty much slighting other fighters while doing so, while over celebrating these dudes, you slighting real champions. And And it's just something that just need to be spoke on at the end of the day. Like I said, I over here I have conversations that not everybody is having, but y'all most certainly could get where I'm going. He got popped for being that. Like, yeah, man. And he's rare. He's rare. He's like a 101. Like, no, he's Tank of the lighter weight classes. You get what I'm saying? If that's fair to say. He damn near like a Tank Davis at the lighter weights. You know what I'm saying? And he destroys them dudes, which is why people just want to see him move up to see if the power is going to transition up with him and to see if he's going to continue to be as dominant at the slightly heavier weights than he was at the lighter weights. And I don't think that's unreasonable for nobody to ask him to, challenges, because it's clear that nobody in those lighter weights could really do nothing with dude. Half of them can't punch nearly as hard as he, damn near all of them. You got a couple guys, you know what I mean, maybe that got some punching power like that, but nothing close to Monster anyway. Cool Boy should be next. Well, after Paul Butler anyway. Fuck them haters. You already know A1. Salute to my bro A1 Hoop Zone, man. For y'all basketball fans, y'all tune in to Brody. He got a dope channel. He's going to keep y'all up to speed, up to par with them basketball updates. Clarence, what's good with it, my bro? Just the jersey in the building. You know it. Anytime your boy Just Live jersey is always in the building. Jay Dixon, what's good, my bro? Appreciate you for pulling up. So, yeah, at the end of the day, man, Monster Inu is a hell of a fighter. Me saying he's over celebrated, there's not a knock on him. He can't control how people celebrate him. All he can do is control how he whoop ass in the ring, and that's exactly what he's been doing. He's been doing a hell of a job at it. But I think until he moves up into the slightly heavier weight classes and really get in the weight class where it's really more than just him, then we gonna really see what he made of. And thus far, he's the goods. I mean, you know what I mean? He's offensively sound like a mug, but he gets hit a lot. That's the biggest knock on Monster anyway. He gets hit a lot. You know what I'm saying? Defense is something I think he could work on, but when you are offensive minded as he is, it's gonna be tough for him to change his stripes. He wants to smoke with Cool Boy, but Cool Boy will humble. When they meet, hey, let's talk about it, my bro. I got 17 of y'all, 18 of y'all, man. Y'all all smash the like button for your bro. We gonna keep cooking. Yeah, man. I think Cool Boy is gonna be a real test for him. You know what I'm saying? Real test. And at the end of the day, that's what we in this. That's why we watch this sport. We want to see the best fight the best. And I think he very well can be one of the best, but until he faces guys, he participates in more 50-50 fights. You get what I'm saying? Then the jury's still out on him, and his best wins are from guys that were past their prime. Respectfully, it's no knock on him. Those are just the facts. His best wins come from guys that are past their prime, and one of those fights we know with Nonito Donaire, the Filipino Flash, he gave him all he could handle, messed up his orbital bone pretty good, and in my opinion, in my honest, humble opinion, and this is just my opinion, I'm not passing this off as fact. I think it's a reason why they chose to fight Nonito later on. They waited till he got a bit more older, less juice in the tank, and then they fought him instead of having that rematch back to back. I think the fight would have been a lot more competitive had they fought back to back. And I think that the matchmakers and his handlers know that as well. I mean, they're not fooling nobody. Maybe they think they did, or maybe they just don't care. But when you speak on the sport every day, you forced to analyze things and have a different perspective and a point of view. You forced to just go a bit deeper than surface level for some of these fights. And again, it's no slight to him, but it just is a fact that his best wins have came from people that are past it, way past it. And I think for him to truly get the respect he deserves and start making a real argument as to where they placing him at on his pound for pound list, you know what I mean? I think I'm gonna just have to go with him just being over celebrated right now. It's just what it is. There's no slight to him. I like him. I just want to see him in more 50-50 fights. And I think I just don't see none of those guys in those lighter weight classes being a 50-50 type of matchup for him. That dude is dangerous. He hit way too hard and he can box. Despite how much he get hit, he's just not defensively responsible as one would like your fighter to be, but he's definitely a monster, as his name suggests, for sure. OTB, my bro, what's good with it, Brody? Hey, it's so real, OTB. Before I came on, I probably got through maybe 5 or 6 minutes of your breakdown. I know it's like 15 minutes. No BS. I was just watching you break that down. I shared it and everything. So that's one thing I'm gonna start doing as well, making sure I share for what it's worth. I'm sharing the family content. So I definitely shared it. And I definitely got to finish watching. I got about 6 minutes through. I know it's about 15 and some change. I'm gonna finish watching it for sure. Why I say that, you got some of the best film breakdowns that I've watched on YouTube, and I'm not just saying that. If I tell you it, I mean it. Like, got some of the best breakdown on here, man. Just keep pushing that film breakdown out because it's definitely 101. And just like I said, when it comes to us and TWT, we as a family is 101, and individually we 101s. It's just what it is, man. But yeah, Monster Inoue, much respect to him. He's a hell of a fighter. You know what I'm saying? I think for him to get the respect he deserves, like I say, he's gonna have to go up the weight classes and just prove just how dominant he is as a fighter. It's no doubt in my mind, you know, it's nobody at them lighter weight classes that's really gonna get that guy a run for his money. It's just what it is. They're not that deep in terms of talent. They're not that talent rich, so he's gonna have to go up. And then I think only then he'll really be able to make a case for where they're placing him at in a pound for pound list. Now, him himself might not matter. But, you know, at the end of the day, this conversation needs to be had because it's annoying the way some of these fighters are celebrated and then the way some of the champions are disrespected. You get what I'm saying? And it's going to be talked about over here. I love to call a spade, so we're going to get to it. Johnny Q, my bro, appreciate you for pulling up. How you feeling, Brody? Man, so then another one, you already know, man. You got Lomachenko, another over-celebrated individual. He's very over-celebrated, man. I mean, I said this so many times, man. If you simply give Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, you give Devin Haney, you give any of these top guys, any of them in just about any weight classes, the record that Lomachenko has, and the possibility of them being on a pound for pound list will be fucking laughable. Y'all, it will be laughable. It wouldn't even be a discussion. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Give Devin Haney Lomachenko's record. You get what I'm saying? And think of you. Do you really think he would be on a pound for pound list? This like that. And again, this is no knock on Lomachenko. He's a hell of a fighter. He's very skilled, very good. He definitely brought something new to the game. But again, I watch boxing, so you can't sell me on who's great when I'm watching it. If Lomachenko, and I said this time, you could try to explain it how you want. Oh, it was early in his career. He wasn't that good. Whatever. That boy had 400 amateur fights, man. 400, damn near 400. You know what I'm saying? He asked for the fight that he got early. He got beat up by a journeyman. He got outmaneuvered by a journeyman. I don't care how many low blows. None of that shit matter. At the end of the day, he asked for a fight and he got handled. If he was as good as what he was, he would not have lost to no goddamn journeyman, man. Just imagine Tank Davis losing to somebody that got double-digit losses, bro. The thought of him being on the pound for pound list would be fucking laughable. And at the end of the day, I want to be clear. This live is not based around, and predicated on the pound for pound list. It's just calling it out. Over-celebrated versus underappreciated. And Lomachenko is definitely another over-celebrated fighter. Overhyped. He's a product of Top Rank with a manufactured resume. And I've told people this time and time again, that matrix shit, that high-tech shit that they like to call him, that only applies when he's in there with lesser guys, skill-wise, and smaller guys are more closer to his size. You get what I'm saying? With the exception, because, Nakatani has decent size, but again, he's inferior compared to Lomachenko. They would not put this dude in there with nobody that they really don't feel like he can beat. And you can go down his entire resume and you will see exactly that if you're being real with yourself. How many 50-50 fights has he truly been in? You get what I'm saying? If you ask anybody on paper before the fucking Orlando Salido fight, was it a 50-50? Nobody would have told you that. They'd have told you Lomachenko gonna style on him. He gonna be the Matrix. He gonna beat him. Look what happened when he got in there. His Matrix ass got in there. He got handled by a guy with double-digit losses, y'all. Double-digit. But the fact that he's still on the pound-for-pound list, and he took a loss since then. He took another loss since then, yo. He took another loss since then and they still got him up there. Again, prime example of overhyped, overpraised, overcelebrated. Manufactured resume. I'm not going for it. Meanwhile, the real champions, the guys that's not ducking smoke, not accepting or requesting franchise titles to avoid, despite, and I understand he fought the unification in Teofimo, but at the end of the day, once you accept the franchise title, whether you request it or separate it, to me, you officially using that to maneuver your way around quality competition. I don't care who you decide to fight. I know bullshit when I see it, and you can't spray paint it, shine it up, and tell me it's gold. I know bullshit when I see it. Your video was marked private on my end. Oh, yeah, it wasn't. I watched it. They got off early and finally about to eat. Okay, y'all already know exactly what I wanted to fight. The 120s, yeah, this next, and we ain't even asking them to do nothing crazy, Jose. Just one step up for Monster anyway. One weight class up. Right where Cool Boy at. Right where you going to be tested. You dig what I'm saying? Loma ain't do nothing. I ain't even never seen before. That's all I'm saying. And, you know, he was a breath of fresh air to a certain degree with the angles and the foot, the foot speed and just how he, his boxing style. I don't think you could say it's too many people that's like Lomachenko. So he has a uniqueness to his style. But even with as unique as he is and as great as they would like him to be, that man still has 2 losses in less than 20 fights. 20 fights. The last dude he lost to had less than 20 fights under his belt. So again, when we talking about greatness, how great is this? How great is he? I'm sick of, like, even the fighters. Some of these dudes are, if I hear one more fighter say Ryan Garcia is great, I'm gonna lose my shit, yo. You got people nailing Tank Davis to the cross, nailing Devin Haney to the cross. You get what I'm saying? Nailing Deontay Wilder to the cross. Now I'm saying all these dudes have proven significantly more than a Ryan Garcia, but you have a fighter. Ryan's a great fighter. Stop saying that shit so loosely. No, he not. You are not a great fighter until you have accomplished or done something great in the sport. Period. Whether that's in Devin Haney's case, what he did, enemy territory, Cambosis situation, we all know the story. That's great. That's doing something great. Now the opponent the level of opposition didn't match the achievement, so to speak, meaning, that to me, Cambosis was a title holder. He wasn't a true champion. He wasn't really a top dog. He was a beneficiary of circumstance when he fought Teofimo. So you see what I'm saying? Although he handled his business and did what he needed to do, soon as he got in there, the very next opportunity he got in there with a guy that was focused and ready for his shit, he got dismantled, and it wasn't even close. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't even close. So again, man, I'm sick of hearing this one's a great fighter, but we get to bash Tank Davis, and I'm going to keep saying Tank Davis because everybody else could say Tank Davis. You got dudes at heavier weight classes keep talking more Tank Davis than they talking their next opponent at the time. This is how real it is. So he's the bar and the standard at that weight class. The first name people throw out when they want to disrespect their resume or go after a fighter. Tank Davis. Tank Davis ain't, he's a bum. I meant to screenshot some of these comments because I told people before I'm going to start making comments centered around I'm going to start making content centered around some of these people, reckless comments that they be making. Jamal Charlo have a fight where a guy wasn't willing to be knocked out, didn't come to get knocked out, actually tried to fight him back, where he just, for whatever reason, and that's his fault, his responsibility, he didn't have his best performance. And all of a sudden, he all type of bums. He struggles with C-level fighters. It's like, yo, these narratives, this bullshit, this irresponsible, like, viewership of boxing gotta stop. This is why people run around just saying anything. You can't enjoy the sport because you got people just jumping in comment section saying anything. Shit that don't even make sense. I posted a video about Carlos Adames saying he had knocked Jamal Charlo out in one round. Somebody jump in the comments like, bro, that's Jamal Charlo. Like, duh, dumbass. That's the one he said he'd knock out. I got somebody else saying he had bummed everybody giving him credit for knocking out Lubin 6 years ago. Wrong, Charlo, dumbass. Again, these are separate people jumping in comments, just ridiculousness, man. If you telling me Jermell Charlo ain't one of the best fighters in boxing, you shouldn't even watch the sport no more. I don't care what you think. What smoke has he ducked? Again, when I say underappreciated, he's in the thumbnail. You got Jermell Charlo, you got the Bomb Squad, Deontay Wilder. You know what I'm saying? You got Devin Haney. They all underappreciated fighters, in my opinion. I don't care what you think about Devin Haney. He don't got no power. He don't knock nobody out. He pillow fist. He tickle people. None of that shit take away from how good of a fighter he is. And at the end of the day, I mean, he obviously got to be hitting these dudes with something, because I'm not seeing people just run through him. And just correct me if I'm wrong. Now, he had some fights where some people landed some shots. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying, but he ain't getting ran through. So obviously it's some type of pop behind them punches, some type of sting on him that's keeping the opponents honest. Kambosos just wasn't too willing to get hit with everything. He ain't throw caution to the wind. You get what I'm saying? It's funny how I seen Shakur Stevenson, and just to switch gears, I seen him actually after 4 or 5 rounds go for it and press on the front foot and go for a knockout. Whereas Kambosos is getting his ass, and people complained about that and said he played it safe. You got Kambosos in his hometown of Australia, the down under as he call it, getting his ass beat round after round, and he never threw caution to the wind. Everybody talking about how safe Devin Haney fought. Well, it's newsflash. He had a dance partner. He wasn't fighting himself. Kambosos wasn't doing shit either. He played it safe. He got his ass beat safe. He ain't do nothing different in no round to change the outcome of what was happening. Jab, straight right hand, body shots. That's it. He didn't do anything different. He fought every round the same, and he got his ass beat every single round. Convincingly. Grease with fire. Salute, my bro. Appreciate you for pulling up. Man, you know it, man. I'm just trying to provoke some thought, get people to think, man. Try to have some different conversation on YouTube instead of, like y'all getting here and it's something y'all heard 20 times already. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, underappreciated fighter in today's boxing because of the division he competes in is Roman Gonzalez. I don't think so. Shit, nah, they love Chocolatito, bro. Even after his losses, bro. I don't know. And maybe he's not celebrated enough. So maybe you do got some type of point there and I think the only reason he ain't been celebrated more than he's already been is because of the lighter divisions. But Roman Gonzalez, man, he's shown to be a real dog, man. He's shown to be a real fighter, a real fighter. And I respect him, win, lose, or draw. Yeah, man. And again, Grease with Fire is this over-celebrated. Tell me he not. Give any of these dudes Lomachenko's record right now, the thought of them being on any pound-for-pound list would be laughable. They would never do it. And I'm sick of it. It's like y'all get to over-celebrate these guys, and then you get real champions that you complain about. Deontay Wilder, he got beat. He's not world class. He got beat by Tyson Fury. Man, shut up with that. All he has is the right hand. The only reason he won a bronze medal because he was knocking everybody out. You ain't watched one fucking amateur fight from Deontay Wilder making false statements talking about he knocked everybody out, which is false, man. People got to learn to watch their boxing, man. Facts, crush, and that's all. I'm just, with my name being Just Do, I try to call that shit straight down the middle. Y'all be free to tell me when I'm ever fanboying for somebody or when I'm not within logic and reason. This over celebration of these fighters got to stop. Again, if I hear one more person call Ryan Garcia great, I'm going to lose my mind. Meanwhile, we could nail Tank to the cross, nail Devin Haney to the cross. People still mixing Jermell Charlo up for the big bro. Come on, man. Like, at least get your Charlos together. That's how bad it is, bro. I had 2 people on one video mistake him for the wrong Charlo. One dude thought he was supposed to be Jermell when he is, in fact, Jamal. Then the other dude was criticizing him like he was the one that fought Lubin. Jermell Charlo fought Lubin, not Jamal. People just get on there and just say anything, man. Adames, in fact, said Charlo won't last a round with him because he went 12 with Montiel. Because of that Montiel fight, Charlo, you got people saying he struggled with C-level fighters. He's trash. He a bum. He's overrated. He's overhyped. Nah, man, you don't hear people calling Charlo the face of boxing. You don't hear nobody calling him the face of boxing, but you know what you do hear? You hear people calling Canelo Alvarez the face of boxing. And you know what Canelo Alvarez has been doing for years and years and years? He's been ducking the Charlo brothers since they've been at 154 together. Oh, oops, my bad. They wasn't at 154 together. They was never at 154 together. My bad. You know why? Because Canelo was at 155 all by his fucking self. This shit gotta stop. Dude can make a imaginary weight class and participate all by his lonesome while he handpick whoever he see fit. Nobody has a problem with that. But y'all could call him the face of boxing and over celebrate him. Meanwhile, the only thing y'all speak on when y'all talk about Deontay Wilder is he lost to Tyson Fury. Well, let me switch it for a second. What you think they're gonna bring up when they speak of Tyson Fury? First thing they're gonna bring up, what's the first and pretty much only name they're gonna bring up that even matters on his resume, despite only having a right hand? He can't box. You get what I'm saying? Windmill Wilder, all this shit. That's the only name they're going to bring up and get that dude credit for. His career is built off beating Wilder. But the difference is y'all want Wilder's career to be reduced to losing in Fury, and in fact, it'll never be that. He going to always be a champion of the people, man, despite who agree with it, who disagree, who don't like it, who like it. It is what it is. I think some of these Eastern Europe, salute, I appreciate you for pulling up. My bad, y'all know I'm in here, man. I had to get this off. Eastern European guys like Loma, Triple G, The Crush, and Vladimir and Vitaly get overappreciated because of their overinflated amateur records. I think those guys have been products of I mean, they put their work in. I get it, Klitschko's that, but I think they were celebrated the way they was because of, I mean, I think, you know, just Vladimir was dominant for a while, but I think the lack of competition was evident, you know what I'm saying, in his career. Like, he did a lot of fighting a lot of guys that they just knew he was going to beat. So I think the amateur records ain't the only thing inflated. The professional records is a little inflated as well. Tank Davis is the cash cow at the weight. Honestly, my favorite at 135, but I can't take away Shakur and Devin. Facts, they all great. And I'm here to bring boxing back. I don't care how long somebody been watching boxing. I don't care about how many subs. I don't care about how many people in the room. I'm here to bring boxing back, real boxing conversation, productive boxing conversation. And again, when I say productive, meaning when y'all chime in, if anybody see it different, you're going to be appreciated. Your comment is going to be appreciated. Your input is going to be appreciated. And we're going to move the conversation along. I'm bringing top quality boxing conversation back to YouTube, man. All this bickering, arguing, over celebrating the wrong fighters, underappreciating the wrong fighters. It got to stop. It stops at some point, man. It got to stop at some point. David Benavidez, people are always bringing him up, struggling against Ronald Gabriel when he was a younger, completely forgetting that he's been dominating after that fight. I mean, to me, when people do that, I guess it's the ones that are looking for a critique of David Benavidez. So that's the low-hanging fruit. Everybody know, if you've been watching David Benavidez's career, they know he got dropped in that fight. And that fight was more competitive than probably what some people felt it should have been. But that's only telling half of the story. He fought the same guy again and dominated him. He didn't stop him, but he beat his ass convincingly every single round. Like, every single round. Y'all smash that like button for your bros. 19 of my family in here. I know we family in here. Family show love. Y'all smash the like button. Y'all know it's free. Show YouTube y'all rocking with your boy, man. It's somebody having real boxing conversation on YouTube, not arguing. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna duck 2 generations of boxers. Hey, man. Hey, Crush. But Mr. Pound for Pound, Mr. Great. Salute to him for what he did for his country. No slight to him in no way, shape, or form. But that man is about to be participating in what is his 3rd tune-up. And before y'all think that is my words, that's his team words. That's Bob Arum words. They looking at Jermaine Ortiz, who's, I think he's 16-0-1. They looking at that dude as a tune-up, straight up and down. Why I say he's on his 3rd tune-up? Because if anybody been watching Loma's career for real, you know the last 2 people he fought, the last fighter he fought was Richard Comey. Before that was Nakatani. Y'all do know he was pegged to beat both of those guys, despite how tough Nakatani may have been on paper. He got his ass beat. They knew that was not a guy that Lomachenko was going to lose to, which was like a tune-up fight, a get-back fight, but a good test, a sturdy test nonetheless. Then they put him in there with a Richard Comey. Similar in skill set with Nakatani. Power, slow feet, limited box in the belly. Decent boxers, but limited. You get what I'm saying? Tough. Both of them tough. You get what I'm saying? He knocked Nakatani out. He almost knocked Comey out, but he was so damn arrogant, he didn't get the knockout with his arrogant ass. And they praised him for being arrogant, begging somebody to stop the fight. It ain't your job to beg the trainer to stop the fight. It's your job to beat that fighter's ass and make his trainer want to stop the fight. Arrogant ass boy. Devin Haney pillow fist. Do you see Cambose's face? Yeah. Even a reporter had to tell him about his face, bro. Even a reporter had to tell him about his face. Yeah, man. Yeah, Monica, you feel me? We gonna call a spade a spade. Too much praising of one fighter and not giving enough love. And again, we ain't over here giving, pats on the back. We giving credit where it's due. It's a big difference. We ain't giving credit because these dudes won it or we feel like they, they deserve it. They earned it. They've earned the respect and they just ain't getting it, man. Charlo is one of the more underappreciated champions in the sport. And like I said, I don't care who you are. If you are mixing up Jermell and Jamal Charlo, stop watching boxing, man. It ain't that hard to tell them dudes apart. I get it. They twins. I get it. But y'all got to know the difference between the two, man. Especially when you got one in the thumbnail. You got to know the difference between the Charlos, bro. That's how you know he underappreciated. Y'all don't even got him right from his brother. He the younger one. He the minute younger, I believe. You know what I'm saying? That's the one kicking ass. That's the undisputed champion at 154 is beating all type of ass. And he about to beat Tim Tszyu ass too. And he'd beat Fundora ass too if they try to put him in there next. One-handed ass kickings, bro. You know what I'm saying? These dudes got to stop, man. Vanilla, Ryan Wackers, Vanilla Ice. Yeah, man, these people, man, just gotta call it out. This shit is weak. Deontay Wilder is always gonna be a champion. Do they understand that? When are they, the haters, the detractors, gonna understand? With or without a belt, he is still a champion. Do y'all know? And we all don't want this to happen, but do y'all all know if he was to lose Saturday night, he would still be looked at as a champion? His people would still rock with him regardless. That's the difference between a fan and a supporter. The fans, when shit get rough, maybe you lose a fight, maybe you lose 2 fights, maybe you lose 3. The fans off to the next thing smoking. You know what I'm saying? The supporters gonna be with you, win, lose, or draw, as long as you challenging yourself accordingly against the absolute best when the opportunity presents itself and you handling yourself like a real champion inside and outside of the ring. And that's exactly what Wilder is. Do they understand he bigger than boxing? He stand for what he represent is more than boxing. It's bigger than boxing. I hate to break it to people. It just is. He gonna always get the love of the people despite what loss he got. Because when you're a real one, the people are gonna gravitate to that. And that's something that you can never try to market. The shit Wilder possess, you can't market. You can't put that on no scale and look at the analytics. You can't market that. You can't market real, man. It's no market for that. It's either in you or it's not. And that's what they need to understand when it comes to Deontay Wilder. Fought any and everybody that he was supposed to. I was damn near arguing with somebody about this the other day. Opulent LDTV, my brother, salute to you. Appreciate you for pulling up, my bro. D-Free, my bro, what's good with it, bro? Appreciate y'all all for pulling up. Mike, my bro, what's good with it, Mike? Appreciate you for pulling up. How y'all feeling, man? Y'all smash the like button for me. If y'all having facts, make the ref or the corner stop the fight, and that's a fact. You get what I'm saying? Wilder got shit that you can't get a bunch of people in a room and crunch the numbers to see. Y'all ain't have no idea he had this type of impact on boxing. Y'all seen a dude raw with a lot of power, and I'm talking about after the Olympics, the professional Wilder. That's what y'all seen. Y'all ain't never think he would have this type of love, this type of reception. You would never think after being knocked out and losing, you know what I mean, back-to-back fights, that this dude will still have the love he has, man. Y'all, that's why I say he has some shit that y'all can't sit enough of y'all assholes with suit and ties in no office to measure. The shit he come with, the shit he brought to boxing, you can't measure it with no pen and paper. It just can't be done, man. It's either in you or it's not, man. And that's something they just never gonna understand. Damn, even after this dude got his ass beat, they still love him. You see the reception he got? You would have thought he was fighting that night. They had never stopped loving Wilder because, like I said, real is rare. And when you see that, you're going to gravitate to it, especially in the sport of boxing when everybody pushing narratives, false agendas, and worry about lining their pockets. Wilder was a breath of fresh air for the sport of boxing, despite how raw he was. That made it even more exciting. People don't get it. That you're so busy hating that you don't even understand what's great when you seeing it. You get what I'm saying? Everybody ain't going to had a skill set of a Floyd Mayweather or the skill set of a Tyson Fury, but that don't make them any less great. He great because when y'all strip him down and y'all say, he can't box. He only got the right hand. He not world class. Even with all that being said and all that hate, how come only one person beat him, y'all? And he had to cheat to do it? How come? If this dude really wasn't nothing, how come his only person able to beat him was one cheating ass gypsy that need to take his belt, his ball, and take his ass home and stay there? Then he retired about 3 times already. He need to stay retired. So again, man, this live has been, based around over-celebrated fighters versus the underappreciated at the end of the day. Canelo, over-celebrated. Loma, over-celebrated. Monster NUA, I like him the most out of those dudes on that list, but still over-celebrated. You get what I'm saying? You can't put guys like that over Earl Spence. Knock it off, man. Miss me with that. The level of competition just ain't been there when we talk about Monster NUA. No, that's not his fault. But how do you fix that? Go your ass up where it's real smoke for you. You beat a cool boy Steph, I'll shut my mouth as to where they put you out on the pound for pound list. Straight like that, because I give respect where it's due. I am just due. I get boxing is just due. I give respect where it's due. I call shit down the middle over here. All that fabricating and manufacturing records and resumes and all this pretending to be great and picking fighters at the right time. Meanwhile, masquerading as the face of boxing. That shit need to stop. Over celebrating guys that got beat up by journeymen is on his 3rd tune-up. If this dude was as great as they said he was, Lomachenko would not be on his 3rd tune-up. This dude about to fight his 3rd tune-up in a row, but he great. Miss me with that, man. Miss me with that, man. All they did was after he lost to Teofimo, that was a way to try to inflate that record just a bit and make up for some lost time. They put him in there with some guys that they know he could beat and respected Jermaine Ortiz, but you are about to be a casualty at war. You are not only the B-side, you are definitely being called a tune-up. You're being billed as the tune-up, not just the B-side, and you're picked for him to beat your ass. Make no mistake about it. I hope Jermaine Ortiz understands this. Hope he understands it. That his whole role in this situation is just to show up so Loma can have a dance partner and have somebody he could look good against. Maybe Jermaine Ortiz got something up his sleeve that I don't know about. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he got something up his glove that I don't know about. But from what I've seen of him, the little bit of film and tape and couple fights that you able to pull up and watch of Jermaine Ortiz, man, he ain't beating no Lomachenko. And they know that. But this dude fighting his 3rd tune-up, over-celebrated, 2 losses in under 20 fights. I ain't having none of that shit. You give any of these top real dogs or anybody, any of the underappreciated guys, you give them that record, with the same resume. Come on, man. But them being on a pound for pound list, like I said, y'all would be laughable, man. Laughable, man. Would they be celebrated the same way? Because again, it's not all about the pound for pound list. Anybody can make one of them up, but they're over-celebrated. Meanwhile, you got Devin Haney, undisputed champion. Where's the love? I don't see why. How could you still got a Monster NUA over him? Man, that boy that made history. I don't care. I understand who he beat. Wasn't the most, appealing fighter or the most challenging. But at the end of the day, he achieved something nobody else did. Get that man his just due. Matter of fact, y'all ain't gotta give it to him. I'm going to do it because that's what I'm here for. I'm going to do it. You know what I'm saying? You got a Deontay Wilder, like I said, man. When they speak of this man, the only thing y'all can say is who he got beat by when it's only one person. Y'all running out of shit, man. Y'all running out of shit. When you eat, no matter how much you try to take away from him and try to dim his greatness, that when you bring up the people that were able to beat him, that conversation would be so fucking short. You will have to come up with something. So like I said, y'all running out of something because that Fury shit been old. That don't discount all the countless people he beat up, stretched, and knocked out before Fury, man. You're not going to reduce our champion into one. My bad, y'all. That was my YouTube playing. Y'all not going to reduce one of the greatest champions in our time, of this era. Y'all, I said it. Greatness is not always measured in skill, man. It's the circumstances that surrounded Wilder, how late he picked up boxing, the things he was able to accomplish with not having the type of, I guess, boxing from when he was out the crib. You get what I'm saying? You got a lot of these dudes start 6, 7 years old. What was he, 18, 20 years old when he started? You get what I'm saying? To accomplish what a medal, and he got in the Olympics. Not only that, got a damn medal out the deal, and then proceeded to turn pro and stretch everybody. Like, again, man, that shit is the shit Wilder accomplished is nothing short of spectacular, man. You can't dim his light no matter how much you try to dim it. It just don't work, man. You'll only see that record, even with the losses. The next time you'll see a record like that, it'll probably be in a fucking video game. Maybe this next boxing game that's about to come out, if they ever get it out to the stores, man. You can't slight this man. At the end of the day, you got to give credit where it's due. And if y'all won't give it to him, I will. Wilder's one of the boxers that might be able to transcend the sport and transition to pop culture and maybe do movies. Yeah, possibly going to pro wrestling. He decides to do that. Just facts. Because he just built for this shit. He just built for this shit, man. He built for success, man. That dude mental. And that's something that people don't speak enough on. Y'all always talk about the fights in the right hand. That ain't the strongest tool he got. It's his brain is the strongest tool that Wilder possesses, and it don't get talked about enough. That is one of the most mentally tough fighters that I ever had the pleasure to watch in my 36 years of living. That's my opinion. That's what I'm rocking with. That's how I feel. I feel that to be the truth. That I'm telling you, Wilder is just something special, and the fact that you got people that try to reduce him to just power in the right hand is just bogus talk to me. Bogus talk. Wilder is a warrior, man. He's just one of the most mentally strong fighters that we got in today's sport, man. Straight up. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Mike Biggs, what's good with it, my bro? Appreciate you for pulling up. Yeah, man, I just had to regulate and kind of bring a breath or two to the sport, man. Too much complaining, not enough credit being given to the right fighters. You know what I'm saying? Too much praising and then too much bashing of people that just achieve shit. That's great. St. Louis, my bro, appreciate you for pulling up. How you feeling, my bro? Wilder might have the potential to be like Muhammad Ali in terms of transcending the sport. Yeah, and of course, Muhammad is a one-on-one, of course. But I believe Wilder is a one-on-one in his own regard. And I think in ways he's touched people. In ways, there's no Muhammad Ali. There will only be one. But in ways, Wilder he's able to touch the people similar, not exact, because it will never be duplicated or replicated. But Wilder is able to touch the people very similar to how Ali was able to touch the people, despite a win or a loss. You get what I'm saying? JJ, salute, bro. Appreciate you for pulling up. How you feeling, bro? Plus, Wilder is sleeping on these men who have been in boxing since the crib. Talk about it, bro. Olympic medalist, too. The brother has skills they just don't want to acknowledge. You think knocking somebody out, landing that right hand with pinpoint accuracy is not a skill? Then you need to reevaluate watching the sport and what skills are, bro. That's not something that everybody can do. How many people have we seen with power that can't land it, bro? We've seen it for years. We've seen it in a number of different fighters. How many fighters have we seen not be able to, that had power and not be able to get it off? This man, with just reducing him to the right hand, windmill Wilder, he can box. Why was he able to drop who people was calling the most skilled heavyweight at the time? How was he able to put him down 4 times with that shit? And if we being real, only if you being real, it should have only been one Wilder versus Fury fight. The first one should have been more enough because he took a mini nap in the ring. Man, it's people just like I understand what the end results of the fights were. I get that. But if we really being real, man, it should have only been one fight, and he could have and should have been done with that. But because of the politics, and you got people like Jack Reese who need to be out the sport, not just because of that debacle that he put, but that shit he was just about to try to pull against Ocampo and Fundora. He was about to yank bruh out the fight. Damn, if Fundora couldn't get him out, y'all was going to get him out. Man, get Jack Reese out of here, man. Get Jack Reese old ass out of the sport, bro. Get him out the sport. He bogus as hell. Get him out of here. Get his ass out of here, bro. Appreciate you, D. Free. You at work. Appreciate my bro for pulling up while you at work, man. Much appreciation to my bro. Salute to everybody in the building. Y'all smash the like button. We gonna rock out for a bit longer, man. We gonna hammer this point home. And like I said, I like to have the conversations that everybody not having. I'm saying? I appreciate everybody pulling up. Like I said, y'all smashed the like button, and we gonna cook for a bit longer. And they penalized Dev for making history on Cambosa because Cam isn't the greatest opponent. Well, who the fuck is Orlando Salido? Man, talk about it. And again, talk about it, my bro. Big Dog Willie in the super chat. Appreciate you, my bro, for putting the color in the chat. And Concave was everyone in history except Ali. And that's just the respect that people have for Ali. Even Big Dog don't want to troll the GOAT. And salute the Big Dog Willie, man, for always adding humor and adding the color to the chat. Much appreciation, my bro. But yeah, man, who is Salido? And I get it. That's why I had to put it in perspective. Depending on the kind of conversation that you having is going to determine how deep I gotta dive into the Cambosa situation. But when it's just surface level and it's just about, you know, giving credit for what a person has accomplished and done, and just appreciate what was in front of you, the man made history. If y'all ain't gonna give him his just due, then I'm gonna do it. And it's all good because that's what I'm here for, man. Salido, bro. Imagine Tank Davis, Devin Haney losing to Salido, or better yet, anybody with double-digit fights. Better yet, losing 2 fights before they even get 20 under their belt. But you super great. Remember, this is the guy that they was telling you was better than the best thing since Muhammad Ali, would beat Pretty Boy Floyd in his prime. All this bogus blasphemy they were saying about Lomachenko, and people don't think he's over-celebrated. He absolutely is. Over-celebrated. He's past the hype stage because he's been around long enough. So you can't get us with that. So he passed the overhype stage. He just over-celebrated at this point because despite how long he's been in the sport, he ain't accomplished nearly half of what he should have accomplished based on how they sold him to us. You telling me he could beat a Pretty Boy Floyd in his prime, had no business in the world losing to Orlando Salido or Teofimo Lopez, who had less than 20 fights when he cooked you. While you stood there for 6-7 rounds and didn't throw a punch, man. And the reason I think people don't get Bronze Bomber enough respect or adulation is because the guy was a good boxer in the amateurs, but when he got into the pros, he got infatuated with the power. And again, it's layers to that. He came in, they discovered he had dynamite, you know, vibranium, and they honed that skill. And I think up until the first Stavern fight, he still was boxing more than what people were giving him credit for. And that fight I always go to because that fight eluded a complete performance from Wilder because he wasn't able to knock a guy out. And I don't think he wasn't able. That knockout just didn't present itself in that fight. And he had to go to 12-round duration. You was able to see a complete boxing performance. A lot of people don't want to give credit for that. But I think he got to a point in his career where he fell in love with the power. But I don't think that was right out the gate. The fact that he was sleeping that many people, I don't think it was just, you know what I mean? I think, like I said, about after that first Stavern fight or so, I had to go look exactly, but it was a small period. It was a period where you seen that kind of take place where it was less boxing, more complacency, more right hand happy. That's just something that I observed, and even he admitted to such. So I think it was a point that it got like that. And I think now with Malik Scott, even from the last Fury fight, I think he's been in Wilder's corner to go right back to what Wilder used to do. And that's what a lot of people don't realize, because a lot of people don't watch boxing for real. A lot of people only knew Wilder once he got real popular. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people probably only seen a handful of his fights for real. And you could tell because how they talk. A lot of people that run their mouth ain't even seen the versus Wilder Stavern fight for real. I'm telling you, you'll be amazed at how many fights that these people did not see if you fucking quizzed them on it. They just be talking, bro. I'm telling you. I watched it. He got to a point in his career where he became a little complacent and lazy to a certain degree, predictable, right hand happy. You get what I'm saying? You've seen a lot of that. I mean, you kind of seen it in the second Ortiz fight. He was losing every round until he checked him out with that right, though. He said it himself. So I think Malik Scott is there in an effort to bring Wilder back to the basics. He's not adding nothing to him. He's only sharpening the tools that he already had in the shed. That's all he's doing. He's reminding him that these two, look, That power drill, that ain't the only shit you got in the shed, man. You got this other shit over here. Look, hey, this the tool, this another tool. You got this over here. That's all Malik Scott is doing, man. Attention to detail, repetition, and being able to do it enough times where you repeat that same effort in the fight. You get what I'm saying? And I think we seen a little glimpse of it in the third Fury fight with the body attack and staying disciplined for a little bit to that body. You know what I'm saying? And I think now that they have more time, you might see even more discipline. And I've said it before. If Wilder can apply 10, 15, even 20%, you know what I'm saying, of what they've been working on, and he can apply that to an actual fight, whoever is in the ring with the Bronze Bomber is going to be in trouble. And I think that guy is Robert Helenius. He's going to be in trouble. Yeah, he got his own set of challenges that he could present for Wilder, and that's cool. Because at this level, ain't shit easy. Ain't never been easy for Wilder. So why would it be easy now? But that's what he built for. The man is mentally tough. As long as his punch resistance, for whatever reason, one reason or another, is not severely compromised, I expect him to shine despite who hating on him. It's just what it is. And when he stretched it, man, find another excuse, man, because that's what it's going to be, man. Man, with that accomplish. Yeah, fact. Jack Reese, get him out of boxing, St. Louis. Get him the hell up out of here. Don't forget they dropped Fury twice in the third fight out and got a long count. Facts, bro. Facts. So it's like you got help on top of help on top of help. Yeah, they pick and choose. We see right through it. And that's what we all about. Productive conversation. Man, like, again, I ain't worried about the subscriber count. I'm worried about the family that's to salute and support me. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep doing our thing. We're going to keep making responsible content and using the voice as an asset. And they, way sooner or later, they're going to learn that this YouTube community, you got some real people that could be an asset to the boxing community, because we make what I call, and I'm coining it, responsible content. I ain't never stole it from nobody. I ain't hear nobody. That's just something that I preach since I've been doing this. I do this shit responsibly. That doesn't mean everybody's going to agree with everything I'm saying. But what that does mean is I'm going to always be logical and reasonable. Jay Gibson, my bro, TWT family, salute to my bro. Appreciate you for pulling up. He was sleeping everybody because he was boxing. Yeah, y'all give me 2 seconds. That's my daughter at the door. Okay, all is good. My bad, y'all. Back to it. Yeah, he was sleeping everybody because he was boxing. Facts. I think landing that right hand ain't no skill. That's because people don't know what skill is. And for the people, what I'm starting to realize, and you know, there's some that obviously watch the sport, probably even more than me. Of course, there are always somebody out there. But for the most part, the Wilder detractors, a lot of their opinions are formed by other people that don't like Wilder. Nobody thinks for themselves when it comes to Wilder. I'm starting to believe that. The detractors I'm speaking about only. The supporters of his, we understand what we get when we see him. This is what it is. It ain't even got to be explained. We understand it. But for the detractors, a lot of those dudes' opinions are formed by other people that don't like the dude. False narratives, these machines having the most negative shit to say about Wilder. And then you hear some of them saying, what is the term? Like an old media talking point? Windmill Wilder. He can't box. He knocked everybody out in the Olympics. Shut up. How many Olympic bouts you watched the Wilders? How many amateur fights you seen the Wilders? Screw all of that. How many professional fights have you seen the Wilder? For all these people that saying he can't box, because for everybody that's saying that, I'm of the belief the only thing you seen was the Fury and Ortiz fights, and probably one of them at that. Probably one of the Ortiz fights. You probably started watching Wilder the second Ortiz fight. Some of you tag along ass motherfuckers, man. That's why y'all can't give respect where it's due, because you're allowing other people to form your opinion of another fighter instead of watching that said fighter for yourself and forming what is your own opinion. Somebody arguing back and forth with me about if he world class or not. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about no world class, bro. I don't care about no world class. I don't even care if he got a belt or not. All I know is what I seen with that man based on the circumstances, how lady picked up the sport. That's nothing short of great. It don't take skills for it to be great. All greatness is not measured in skill, man. Damn, man. I can't stress that enough. People just don't get it. Everybody ain't going to be Tyson Fury. Everybody ain't going to be robotic Anthony Joshua. Everybody ain't going to be that. Wilder is a one of one. You got grown men still talking about this man legs and all types of weird shit like that. Them same legs is responsible for stretching over 40 people. What are we talking about? His leg, he got chicken legs. Yeah, you watching a man legs. Find something else to complain. Find something else to hate on, man. That man great, whether you want to believe it or not. And he's gonna continue to be great because he don't need the validation from the detractors to know that he great, man. That shit is sealed. Everybody ain't getting no statue. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that got a statue ain't real. Oscar Valdez, Oscar Valpez. Unlike him, Wilder's statue was earned. He deserved it. They should give him another one. God damn it. Especially if he become heavyweight champion. Get that man, I said it, get that man another statue. Matter of fact, goes so far as he become champion again, especially he stretched Helenius how I want him to, how I could see him doing in my head. And Usyk be a man in his word, and I actually get that man an opportunity to become a unified champion. Man, and he stretched Usyk like I could see him doing. Man, build that man another statue, no questions asked. You know what I'm saying? And it better be bronze, too. You know what I'm saying? Make sure it's bronze. Hell, man, I'm just here to, like I said, man, y'all know my slogan, man. I ain't here to break the news. I'm here to have a conversation. We here to have a conversation. I think we've been having a dope conversation. And it's just something that need to be highlighted, man. Too many over celebrated, you know what I mean, manufactured champions, Lomachenko, Canelo Alvarez, Monster Inoue. I know he's a product of the machine to a certain degree, but I feel like he's more of a real guy than the other two. Straight like that. I think Monster Inoue, I don't think when it's time for Monster Inoue to fight somebody that could potentially whoop his ass, I don't think he's gonna duck. Now again, that's my opinion right now until he show me otherwise. But Lomachenko, he's shown a willingness to accept the franchise title, whether he accepted or requested it. Once you cool with that, you're cool with dipping and dodging around top quality opposition and then fighting people when you want to. We all know what it's about. We all know what that duck belt is about. You know what I'm saying? So again, CHARLO, one of the more underappreciated fighters in the sport, don't get talked about enough. You still got people mixing him up with his brother. That's how disrespectful some of these boxing fans are. Y'all ain't even smart enough. Y'all ain't even disrespectful enough in the right way to at least know which one is which. You think you're dissing Mel when you're dissing Maul. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You think you're this, and then vice versa. Like you're foolish, man. You're foolish, man. Get it right, man. Mel CHARLO was strapped up with all the belts at 54. Mel CHARLO is the one that told y'all Terrence Crawford gonna fuck around, get knocked out playing with him. He the one that told you got weight classes for a reason, man. That's the one. That's the one, man. Big CHARLO, that's the one that y'all saying struggle with C-level fighters and he ducked people. If I see one more person in my comments, I'm going to dedicate 10 minutes to them ducking. And then when I say name the fighter he ducked, then they start talking about sound. Oh, he struggled with Montiel. No, that's not what we talking about. You said he ducked somebody, right? Well, who is it? Name me the fighters. We got to stop irresponsibly just saying anything. And again, these people that be spitting and spewing out this rhetoric don't even think for themselves. They be pulling up and bringing up these old weak talking points that they be hearing from people that do nothing but push false narratives and push fake agendas. You know what I'm saying? Knock these current fighters, the current champions, the real champions. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, overpraising certain fighters. And we know who they are, man. Know who they are. You just got to call it out. Call a spade a spade. And that's something I'm going to always do over here. Think Canelo. Diva. Facts. He is a diva. Yeah. Yo, y'all ain't hear that bogus shit that Savannah Marshall said to Clarissa Shields? Talking about they fucked before or something like that. Like some weirdo shit. Yo, I already wanted her to get smoked. But I definitely want her to get smoked. Because the level of disrespect, I hope Clarissa paint a Picasso-type masterpiece on her face. All over her face, body, everything. I hope she have her face beat red. Hope she cut her, like, you know, with the gloves, of course, within the rules and all that. Nothing like, you know. But I hope she really do a number on her because of the disrespect. And I hear people saying, you know, the lot just because she talks so much don't mean, you know, she gonna be the one to win. It's not just that she talks it and she walks it though. She's done it thus far. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. She said some bogus shit, St. Louis about them, like alluding to the fact that they fucked before, like them too, like some weirdo shit. Yeah, I had caught that. I watched my video before I jumped on. I caught that. I'm like, yeah, weirdo. What a weirdo, man. Weirdo, man. Yeah. So I hope she gets smoked for that. But again, y'all know I'm all about the responsible content, productive conversation, fresh conversation. I hope this was one that everybody in here got something out of, because I appreciate everybody's time, everybody pulling up, the consistency, everybody showing your boy love, pulling up every time I go live. As y'all know, like I said, I'm in this content creator space full time now, so it's just all gas, no brakes. It's crazy. I got stuff lined up that I ain't even did yet. And I'm literally thinking 2-3 videos ahead nowadays. So I might come back again with something else too. But I definitely wanted to have this conversation with y'all. I think it was relevant for the sport. Something a little change of pace than what everybody else is talking right now. And again, man, we got to get boxing back to a place where we're appreciating it. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying be cool with anything just so that you appreciate it. Like, if it's bullshit to call out, then call it out. And there's nothing wrong with that. If it's somebody to hold accountable for something, then hold them accountable for it. But this senseless complaining and always like just the negative conversation that's around boxing, and almost make me wonder, like, people don't really enjoy the sport. Why do you watch it? Like, that make me want to do a whole nother live with just that being the question. What brought you to the sport of boxing? I still might do it. What brought you to the sport of boxing? Why do you watch it? Do you appreciate the sport for what it is, or do you watch it so that you can have arguments with other grown men? Like, I really be mind blown sometimes. Like, it's like I'm leave me out of it. If it ain't productive, I don't want no part of it. If the conversation is not productive, if I can't get nothing from it, I don't want no part of it. No part of it. But y'all free to chime in at any point and tell me if I've been off the mark about who I said and the examples that I use for why these guys are over celebrated and why the three are underappreciated. You get what I'm saying? It should be no question as to if what Devin Haney accomplished, is that something great. Yeah, that's something great. So I think in terms of him accomplishing something great, you could then, it would make more sense for you to call him a great fighter as opposed to somebody that never accomplished nothing great or beat somebody great. And I think it's a couple of deciding factors that go into you being a great fighter. And, you know, just beating a whole bunch of people that you're supposed to beat don't necessarily mean greatness. It's not nothing bad, because you are handling your business at the same token. But I think when it comes to being great, you either have to accomplish something great or beat somebody great. And in Devin Haney's situation, his opponent wasn't great. And it's not just about getting the belts. It's on enemy territory, enemy soil. You know what I'm saying? They could have easily tried to take it from him. You get what I'm saying? He made history. He got all of the belts. He made a sacrifice. You get what I'm saying? It's a lot of little things that go into that. He at least attempted to try to be great in his own way. You get what I'm saying? That move, I think, was an attempt to accomplish something great. So although I'm able to look at the opponent and say Kambosos is a good fighter, but he's not a great fighter. And he's not one of those top tier dogs, in my opinion. But that don't make what Devin Haney accomplished any less great. You get what I'm saying? I'm still able to separate the two. Just because the opponent didn't match the achievement, the quality of opponent or level of opponent didn't match the achievement, it still doesn't make the achievement any less great. But at the same token, if he were a greater opponent, it would have made the whole situation that much even better. You get what I'm saying? But who's to say that the difference of opponent would have afforded or awarded Devin Haney that same respect that he still seems as though he's searching for, even after becoming undisputed? And I think one could argue that even after he has a repeat performance and beat this kid ass again and leave him over there in Australia where he belongs, it's something that still could argue that even then, that's still not going to get him the respect he deserved. And not only will he have made history becoming undisputed, but he'd have went and defended that belt as well, or defended all of those titles and did that on enemy territory, as well as just having a successful title defense under his belt.
So it's still gonna be some people that's gonna slight him, because at the end of the day, you got some boxing fans that can't see past the opponent in Kambosos. They can't see past it. So it's like, it's not that great. Kambosos is not this, and I get it. And I just want to be clear. He's not a bum. He's not trash. It's just levels. Is he on Devin Haney's level? From every bit of rounds, all of those fights, any highlight, anything I've watched Kambosos do in none of those situations could I look at and say, you know what? If he did this against Devin Haney, he's gonna win. I just didn't get that feel, and because I felt like it was levels, and I told people because the level of skill, the gap is significant enough. The fact that he's fighting on enemy territory is not going to be the kind of deciding factor that people think it was going to be. And I kind of think the similar thing for Clarissa Shields. I feel like the gap in skill level was a wide enough or a significant enough gap where she can take it out of the judge's hands by just being dominant, as she normally been in her career. So it's like, that's how I felt with Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? I felt like he could make that performance and that victory so clear cut that they, to take it from him would just be like highway robbery. You know what I'm saying? George Kambosos made more money behind his wildest dream. These 2 Haney fights. Probably retire after this. EK2, salute, bro. Appreciate you for pulling up. And you're probably right, because he did speak on that. And I wouldn't be surprised. And this is why, I respect all fighters that get in the ring. I can respect what George Kambosos accomplished. I respect him, getting the Teofimo fight and beating them and handling business. I could respect all that, but I can't respect the diva mentality and the little underhanded tones that he was speaking with in the first Haney fight. Now he's quiet and way more humble because he don't even know how to act. I told people his fall from grace will be crazy. And the fact that he's talking about retirement, I'm not even surprised, because in my honest opinion, he wasn't a true champion. He's still talking about undisputed when he was never that. He's delusional. I'm not even sure he understands why he lost the first time. So I think he's bound to repeat that again. And why I say he don't understand what he did and why he lost in the first fight is because the dude really sat up there and said he felt like the fight was close. Like, the fact that you felt that just lets me know that you just wasn't, you obviously don't know what was taking place in the fight. You don't know what mistakes you were making and how many you were making, because the kid clearly beat you pretty much every single round. Although you did land, few of your shots as well, but it was very few and in between. You never mounted any type of offense. You was never in control of any of the rounds at any point. You know what I'm saying? I think the punches you did land was just because it's a fight and you were there. You were actually fighting back. But again, people critique Devin Haney for being so safe. But on the flip end, Kambosos was very safe at getting his ass beat. And he didn't go for it. He didn't step on the gas. He didn't change nothing up. He didn't make any significant adjustments to change the outcome of each round, just being with him being thoroughly just outclassed and outboxed in damn near every facet of the game. Like, now Devin Haney didn't dig all the way in his toolbox. I don't think he didn't go too deep into his shed. But somebody said something interesting to me, and I forget. And I hate to forget the fact that I forget who said it, but they said, a mechanic is only going to bring the necessary tools for the job. You're not going to bring more tools than what's needed to get the job done. And I just think from that perspective, even if somebody disagreed with that, that still makes a lot of sense. That's very logical. Now, in a rematch, I could understand that people feel like maybe he need to put a little oomph on this performance and try to do something slightly different than what he did the first time. But at the same time, long as he's smart enough to know not to go too much outside of himself to get this victory, to put himself at any position where he could lose. And I don't think he's going to do that because he's just too smart. And Kambosos shot at anyone at 135 besides Haney. Shit, not me. Kambosos, and that's what I was saying. That's back to the retirement point. That's why I think he's going to retire, because, he can lie. He can say what he wants publicly, and he can talk confident and like he believes in his ability and all of that. If that were the case, he wouldn't even be speaking about retiring. Like, you get what I'm saying? If he was that confident that he could beat any of these other guys. And I think that's the big problem. I think maybe at the end of the day, I always say you can lie to anybody you want to in the world, but you can't lie to yourself. He can say whatever he want out loud, but to be honest with you, he gonna have to show me that he's confident that he can beat anybody else. And even a Teofimo, if he was to fight Teofimo again at 140, you get what I'm saying? Like I don't got him beating T up. Be honest with y'all, I don't even got him beating Ryan Garcia. I don't got him beating Ryan, and he's at 140 now too. So it's like nobody that's a top dog or would be considered a top dog at 135 do I think he can beat. And I think the only thing he really would be honestly fighting for after this Haney fight is paychecks. He would never become champion, in my honest, humble opinion. Again, it still don't take away the fact that he was able to become champion and snatch them belts to become a unified champion. He did beat a quality fighter in Teofimo, despite what people think about T.O. He's a quality fighter. He is. He just got caught slipping and he have his shit together mentally, physically, emotionally. He wasn't right, and he paid the ultimate price, which was the L. You know what I'm saying? But I think despite that little hiccup, I think people know what it is with Kambosos, and at the end of the day, he ain't that. And it's okay. He's just not that guy. You know what I'm saying? There's so many more of them in the sport, and he's not one of them. He can beat some lower level opposition, you know what I mean? Some lower level fighters, if that's what he's cool with, but he would never again be champion. And my thing is, once you get to a certain point, you get what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know if he's cool with just being in there to fight for checks. Like, you get what I'm saying? He got a taste of that success at one of the highest levels, being a unified champion. He was on a high. He turned his 15 minutes of fame to some months. He stretched it out, you know what I'm saying, for 2 fights. So I just don't see him really having nowhere to go. Like, his success after losing this fight to Haney, in my opinion, the second time around, his success in the sport of boxing would be very limited. It'll be very mild at best. He's not going to beat nobody of note. I don't think he's a real threat to beat nobody. That really matters. And again, like, unless he's just cool with beating the run-of-the-mill type of guys, I ain't surprised that he's going to retire. I think he might really know from a skill standpoint where he at in the sport. And I think 135 is just one of the worst divisions to not be one of the top guys in, because you got even less than the top guys. You got some dudes that like ain't the biggest of names, but it whoop his ass. Like, imagine, I ain't picking him to beat Pitbull Cruz. I'm not. I think he fuck around and get knocked out, to be honest with you. I wouldn't pick him to beat Pitbull. I wouldn't pick him to beat Ryan. Definitely not a Tank. Definitely not a Shakur. I mean, shit, like, where would he actually go? Who is he going to beat up? You know what I'm saying? So it's tough. It's tough. And I doubt if he go up, because that's murder. So, I mean, his options are very limited in terms of, and just me being realistic, and it's just my opinion. Maybe he could shock me, but I think his avenues to success after this point is very limited. Very. You know what I'm saying? Very. You mess around and just be a gatekeeper. I think he can come back, store for the ages in 3 or 4 years. After 3 or 4 losses. Hey, OTB, hey, if he was strategically played that right and he was to do it, I see where you going with it, though. That quick, though. So even if my mind didn't go there initially, I could still see what point you're trying to make. Like, he would have to be very strategic and smart about that. Yeah. But with his fucking arrogance, man, or that fake, I don't know, maybe it's fake arrogance and fake bravado, Hozo can beat Ryan. I ain't saying he can't, but I wouldn't pick him, though, bro. I was saying, Louis, I really would. I really wouldn't pick Kambosos to beat him for some reason. Not for some reason. I can obviously tell you why. Because I think Kambosos would be the perfect opponent for Ryan to be able to beat, where he can rely on his natural athleticism and like just his speed and power. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't feel like Kambosos is at the elite level, respectfully. I just don't think he's an elite fighter. I don't. Has he participated at the elite level? Maybe a couple times, you know. Has he won? I mean, I don't even know if you would call T.O. elite, but you would say that's pretty high level. So he's participated at a high level, but he hasn't won enough at the highest of levels. You get what I'm saying? And I think the Lee Selby's and, you know, the Lee Selby's and what's the other guy? Mickey Bays of the world. I just don't think that dude. Those are quality, I guess, once upon a time type dude, but not when he fought him. See what I'm saying? So it's like, I ain't saying he can't beat Ryan, but I wouldn't pick him. And I would comfortably pick Ryan and beat Kambosos. I really would. Because again, when I see a fighter lose a fight, it's not just that you lose and who you lose to, is how you lost. And when I see somebody losing every round the same way and not willing to make any adjustment, whether it's throw caution to the wind or try to strategically make an adjustment to change the outcome of what's happening, I just don't have that much faith in you as a fighter. And I feel like even if you were, you know, you just ain't on Devin Haney's level, which is obviously the case, it's like you still should have been able to do something where you should have been able to steal some rounds and be clever, where you could at least hold on to him and say like, yo, he had a couple really good rounds. Now, don't get it wrong, because there's still some things that he did do well in there. And if some of that film breakdown that I already caught from OTB, he was breaking it down, like closing the distance. And this is how y'all know, like I said, my bros, I don't just support y'all. I listen to y'all, watch, I get something from it, and I actually hear y'all. I hear y'all. I actually hear y'all, and I be listening. I notice how OTB broke down that he's able to cut the distance and close the gap, but he just doesn't work enough once he gets there. And that's something that you get what I'm saying? And it's things that he can do well, but he just don't capitalize off those things that he tends to do well, whether he don't realize that he's doing these things and like whether or not he's aware that he's in a position where he can do something about the outcome. Is like he was closing the gap, but he was treating it as if he didn't know that's what he was doing. You get what I'm saying? Because to me, that's probably why he wasn't capitalizing. Or even when he was closing the gap a little bit, closing the distance on Haney, maybe he just wasn't comfortable to fire a shot without taking something back, whatever it may be. But yeah, that's something that I picked up on that my bro OTB alluded to in his film breakdown. He will close the gap in distance, but then when he get there, he won't do that much. And I feel like with Ryan Garcia being a fast fighter, that speed and power, that's all he rely on. I think he'll really be able to catch Kambosos. I do. Think he'll be able to catch him and get him out of there and probably either outbox him or get a stoppage. I do see that. I really do. Jab to Devin, Loma versus Bozo versus TL2. I can see it. Oh yeah. You can see him running it back again. That's possible, bro. Some people gonna have to see each other, man. They gonna have to. Like I said, these next few fights gonna say a lot, yo. Think about the next 2 or 3 fights for everybody that's a top fighter. Everybody, all across the board. Just think about everybody that's a top dog right now in the sport that we watch. Think about the next 2 or 3 fights and how much that's gonna reveal for everybody. Get what I'm saying? It's not gonna be no PR moves. It's not gonna be no fluff, no shoe shining bullshit that nobody could tell us. Like I think 2 or 3 fights is really gonna show what people's intent is. You get what I'm saying? It's like the walls are closing in on everybody on the sport to put up or shut up. And I think people have talked so much and so much time has passed since they've talked, whether it's anybody that's talking, and it's people that they need to fight. These next few fights is going to reveal all things, man. They've all put themselves in a situation where they got to show us something. Because again, we really watch this shit. So we not just cool with people talking. Now y'all done talked so much. Now we want to see what y'all going to show us. So y'all going to have to show and prove. And that's just something that I feel like moving forward, we're going to see with all these fighters. We're going to see some people some people going to get exposed, in my honest opinion, too. Some people gonna get exposed, some feelings gonna be hurt, on some sports shit, of course. Like when it comes to sports, some people gonna be disappointed. Shit, myself, I might be one of them. You get what I'm saying? It's just real. These next 2 or 3 fights for all these top dudes is gonna say a lot, man. It's gonna say a lot. Yeah, facts. He do. And watching it, like I said, I got to about 6 minutes and change with OTB film breakdown, and that's some of the things that he already alluded to that would make me pay attention to Kambosos more when he fight Haney. His feet, he do got some pretty decent feet. He can move pretty well in there. He just don't have his mind made up when he get himself in position. You get what I'm saying? And maybe that was the style that he was in there with, being Devin Haney. G5 Jet, my bro, what's good with it, Brody? TWT family in the building. Appreciate all y'all for pulling up. E Ortiz, my bro, appreciate you for pulling up. How you feeling? Kyle, what's good with it, my bro? TBS. Much appreciation to everybody that pulled up. Like I said, man, y'all make the grind worth it. Salute to all my family. If you're subscribed here, you ain't a subscriber, you are a supporter, you are family. And I rock with y'all the same way y'all rock with me. You know it. Y'all smash that like button. Like I said, I hope this live has been a good conversation for the people, as I'm always over here trying to talk about something just a bit different. And at the end of the day, man, I think as viewers of the sport, we got to do a better job at enjoying what we're seeing and understanding what we're seeing. And that doesn't necessarily go for the family in here, because I think we pretty much understand the sport of boxing. We the type of people that can help move it along. We just need to speak on things that need to be spoke on accordingly. Call spade a spade. You know, already dropped the infamous E Ortiz. Much appreciation to y'all, man. But yeah, man. So again, hopefully we get back to appreciating the sport and stop complaining so much and learning who to celebrate. And I'm not saying you can't celebrate Canelo, but don't overdo it. You get what I'm saying? Like you call the shit call a spade a spade. You got too many people making excuses talking about he earned the right to pick who he want to fight. That's exactly the mentality that's wrong for the sport. When you making that much money, especially when you came into the sport talking about legacy this and you fight for the fans, you fight for you, your family, and your pockets right now. And that's the attitude that produces bullshit fights and give us fights 3 years too late than we should have got them. That's the exact type of train of thought that'll hurt the sport. That's damaging the sport. You know what I'm saying? And he's not the only one, but like I said, it's three of them up there. You know, Loma overpraised. He's sitting up here talking about Tank Davis and what Tank ain't did, and you don't know how good of a fighter he is. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna mean it. And I hope one day I get to see this fight happen. But I'm gonna keep on saying it. I think not only do it's people in the boxing world that sleep on Tank, as far as the fans, I think there's several of his peers that underestimate his boxing ability and his IQ. And I hope Loma is one of those guys that get right what he feel like you don't know if he's special, you don't think he good. I would love to see Tank versus Loma. I got Tank smoking his ass. You know what I'm saying? If you be anywhere as reluctant to throw as you was against Teofimo, then a Napa be on your menu for you, bro. You won't make it out the fight, Lomachenko. So you can keep taking shots at Tank. Meanwhile, at the end of the day, you keep talking about you don't know if he good. You lost twice already. So, and I feel like you got another loss coming up. I do think a Devin Haney could beat Lomachenko. I do. I really do think that. It's not me just being no super fan, because I know a super fan is something I'm not. I do feel like Devin Haney would beat Lomachenko. I feel like Shakur could beat him. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Tank will knock his head off. I really do. You know what I'm saying? Even Virgil Ortiz, he did say he think Loma would beat Haney because he's technically better. But he said he couldn't pick between him and Shakur, which is cool. Because at the end of the day, what Virgil Ortiz think ain't law. At the end of the day, I think Haney is slept on, and I think it's a reason why we ain't see that fight soon as we could have seen it, if we being honest. I mean, only thing Shakur could beat Tank. The rest going to sleep versus Tank. Yeah, I'm telling you, I feel like he got the best chance, respectfully, Mike. In my opinion, I feel like Shakur has the best chance. Do that mean he will beat him? Absolutely not. But do I feel like he got one of the best chances at beating him because of how smart he is and good he is defensively? Yes. You know what I'm saying? But do I guarantee a victory? Nope. But I'm right with you, Mike. I'm right with you. And then do that mean Devin Haney can't beat Tank? Absolutely not. That don't mean that. Because is he very smart? Very smart. K-Rod was good with it, bro. Appreciate you for pulling up. Very smart. And that's just what's special about all these fighters. You know what I'm saying? They're very smart, unique skill sets. You know what I mean? They're very dedicated. You know, Tank has some issues with weight and things like that in the past. I think since he's fixed that issue up, he seemed a lot more focused which would then only make him more dangerous. And y'all know his saying, a focused tank is a dangerous tank. You know, Shakur Stevenson is a gym rat. Devin Haney has always been a gym rat. He's a sponge in there, so I still don't feel like he's peaked out just yet. I don't want to put that on him just yet with Devin Haney, but I know some people has felt like he's peaked out. You know what I'm saying? I've heard one of the historians speak on Devin Haney, and they wasn't really sold on him at the time, and saying that all his performances kind of looked the same, and it was just a critique. It's something to think about, but I just don't think he reached his final form, if that's safe to say. Very young, still got a lot to learn. He's a sponge, always in the gym. It's safe to say he can and should get better. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait for this weekend. Got so much to break down in my video. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try to make sure I cover as much of it as possible. Like I said, I'm doing this full time now, y'all. So every video y'all like, share, you know what I mean, watch is much appreciated. Every live y'all show up to is much appreciated. It's not taken for granted. We're gonna keep building. We're gonna keep growing. Like I said, we're gonna keep having responsible boxing conversations and putting out this good content. My bad, I be into these DMs and all the shit I be getting while I be live all the time. Wish it wasn't crying all together. Makes zero sense to do that. Yeah, I have a feeling this is made to try to make corrupt play in boxing, have black fighters defeated by hopeless fighters to promote facts and salute to Mo City. And one of the things he brought up is he think they've done this intentionally, which I agree with him. His point was like, think they're gonna try to use this as a barometer or like a measuring stick to try to say that certain fighters don't sell, and I could definitely see that being a possibility too. I could definitely see that being a possibility, something that they don't. That propaganda for some stupid casuals to feed all to try to talking smack with it. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. But we own it, and I always say this: ain't none of us in here no psychics, so we could call the play out before they run it, and that means we can call bullshit out. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just what it is. And you know what? Surprisingly enough, I think all the fights are going to do what they do because I think they all meaningful in their own way. Devin Haney's making an undisputed title defense on enemy territory. Deontay Wilder's comeback, that's self-explanatory. You know what I mean? He's a heavyweight, he's the heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Savannah Marshall and Clarissa Shields. It just means so much, the whole women's card. I really think it's a way that all boxing can succeed. It might sound crazy enough, but I think it's a scenario out there where boxing shine that weekend. Where maybe if it was any chance that people were trying to murky the waters up by like jamming that all up there and kind of trying to, you know, cross people up and make us pick as to what we gonna support and what we gonna watch. I think it's a scenario where they all do well. You know what I'm saying? And what could be a potential plan of theirs could backfire. You know what I'm saying? And I hope it does if that's one of their plans. I hope Clarissa does well along with Wilder. Same between Bumgarner and Michaela, but I have a feeling Felicia can win if she fights well enough to beat Michaela. But I have a feeling she might get robbed on her cards. She does well to beat Michaela, but Michaela beats her. No respect to her, but I don't want to see no corrupt BS. Yeah, none of that this weekend, K-Rob, none of it. I just want to see boxing win as a whole. And whenever it's that much boxing on, I always say too much boxing on is a good problem to have. And I just hope that everybody in their fights get a fair shake so we could just see boxing win as a whole. Like, again, like I think this weekend is a prime example of, you know what I mean, us having enough boxing to watch and it being quality. You get what I'm saying? I think we're gonna get some quality fights on each of these cards. The all women's card is dope, period. You know what I'm saying? Wilder is Wilder. You know what he bring. I'm interested to see his approach to the fight too and how he gonna look. So, you know, I seen somebody say they wasn't impressed with how he looked in the media workout, and I'm just like, as soon as he said that, I got up off the video because I already know where everything else was headed at. It's like you got these people that if people coach on any type of level, they always think they know from the outside looking in what's best for that fighter, but it's like I know there's coaching, and then there's coaching on that elite level, and that's what Malik Scott is doing. So it's easy to critique what he's working on and how Wilder look, but if you ain't coached on that level, shit, how could you knock it? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. How could you knock it if you ain't coached on that level? So again, man, Wilder is unappreciated. Jamel Charlo underappreciated, and so is Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, all they want to bring up is Fury with Wilder, which is corny. But at the end of the day, he a champion with or without the belts. They gonna learn that the hard way because they too hard headed, so they gotta learn the hard way. Haney, hopefully he get Lomachenko after he dismantle Kambosos, because Lomachenko need his ass beat so they can stop running their mouth about him. After he lose again, we shouldn't have to hear about him on no pound for pound list or being over celebrated or force fed down our throats to be better than Pretty Boy Floyd and stuff like that. So the problem sometimes that I have with these fighters is not the fighter themselves, it's their promotional companies or the people and machines that push these false narratives and force feeds these dudes at being greater than what they actually are. You know what I'm saying? They're quick to say, Tank hasn't fought with this one and that one. And I posed the question, well, Lomachenko, who has you fought that was so great? Just who? Who the has Lomachenko fought that's so great, y'all? Who? Who did he fight that was so great? That's why I say, yo, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors when it comes to the resumes at 135. People could just say stuff and run with it, but when you start really holding people accountable and going a little bit deeper on some of these statements people made, you sit here and talk. Ashley's corner, salute, Queen. Appreciate you for pulling up. How you feeling? Oh, you still at work over there. Appreciate you as always pulling up. Like I said, I appreciate all y'all, but yeah, man. Did I read that? Honestly, the Shoes Marshall card should have been moved to a different venue outside of the UK instead of pushing into a Wilder Haney card. That's going to screw up viewership and buying power. Yeah, I think that's it. I think they know that too, though, K-Rod. I think they know. So I think that's done intentionally. So like I said, one of their potential narratives could be that certain fighters don't sell. But I got a little feeling that could backfire on them. And I hope it do. And I hope each card does well. And I hope all our champions reign supreme. I'm sorry, I'm not going against nothing. Matter of fact, no, I'm not sorry. I'm not going against none of our champions. I hope Haney beat the dog shit out of Kambosos. I hope Clarissa Shields beat the absolute hell out of Savannah Marshall. When I say the absolute hell, especially at that little slick shit she pulled when she alluded to them having some type of sexual encounter or some weird shit like that. So I definitely hope she get beat up for that little smart remark that she made. Or a little funny looking ass. So she got the butt like she got an ass like me. You know what I'm saying? Savannah Marshall, flat back, long back, non-dressing, funny looking, Pippi Longstocking looking Tyson Hughie, Peter, John Fury all in one, man. Get her ass up out of her olive oil looking ass up out of here, man. But anyway, man. Yeah, man. Just to wrap up, y'all. Much appreciation to everybody in the building. Y'all smash the like button if y'all haven't. I think y'all know what my slogan is. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm not here to break the news. I'm here to have a conversation. And I think we just had a conversation, a damn good one, too. He took me back saying she wear pants. And she definitely wear the pants in a relationship, Ash. There's no doubt about it. She definitely got a girlfriend. That's why you think she could talk to the goat like that. I hope Clarissa's dog her body shots. I hope she break her down to the body. I hope she stop her to the body, to be honest with you. I really do. Being weird. She's wearing the pants and Hughie Fury looking at. Yeah. She's very weird. She was saying some weird shit, man. She said some weird things, man. But that's okay. Be weird, because you being weird, Clarissa gonna be on your ass. Fisticuffs, you know what I'm saying? Fisticuffs. Oh yeah. I was rocking out. Yeah, I was rocking out. I just wanted to make sure I brought a different conversation to the people. And I ain't saying y'all ain't never heard this before, but you ain't never heard them cook it like I just cooked it, like we just cooked it, because we definitely just had a good conversation. And at the end of the day, we got to do a better job at supporting our champions and celebrating the champions accordingly. There's nothing wrong with giving credit to the fighters deservingly, but all this overpraise and force feeding us these manufactured fighters with these manufactured resumes. And even Andre Ward said, man, Canelo's done a very good job at staying away from certain guys. And that's SOG saying that. And I ain't saying his word got to be low, but that's a guy that ain't duck no smoke. And that's something to be said too. That's things you got to put in perspective. Like I was hearing somebody ask me, well, who's world class on Wilder's resume? Who's so world class? My question to them was, well, who was he supposed to fight that he didn't fight? And who did he duck? Who did he deny a fight with? Who did he turn down a fight with? When you got an individual that continuously fought everybody, fought the who's who, fought guys that done popped for steroids, coke, 8 balls, all type of shit, depression, alcohol, probably like you got to think, man, he give dudes a chance when he never had to give him an opportunity. You see what I'm saying? So we got to do a better job at celebrating greatness when we see it. And I say all greatness is not measured in skill sets, man. It's just not. What Wilder brought to the game of boxing was elite. It was special in his own right. It was probably something that you're probably not going to see for a long time, if ever again. He's a 101 despite only having a right hand, being windmill Wilder, not being good, having chicken legs and all that shit. He still would probably whoop your favorite fighter ass and knock him out. He probably still knock your favorite fighter out. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think he was one of the best heavyweights at his time. Win, lose, or draw, he's going to be a champion despite the belt. Like I said, if he's able to handle business on Saturday and get an opportunity at Usyk, I truly, wholeheartedly believe he can knock Usyk the fuck out. Bad. I really do. I truly do. It's not me being a fan. I just think Usyk is a very much smaller guy than Fury. I think he gets hit more than what people understand that he do. I think the second Joshua fight was much more tougher than the first one. I think he got marked up and touched up pretty good. I think he got hurt a couple times in that fight. And I don't think he's a freak of nature and an anomaly in terms of size like Tyson Fury or whatever. He's not 270 and he ain't got 8-ball residue still in his system that can help him wake up from a right hand like the Undertaker after you done did your finishing move and he still get up. You get what I'm saying? That was that last 8-ball residue. So with that being said, Usyk is a lot smaller, and I think if Wilder right hand connect on him, like Andre Ward said, he think at some point that right hand gonna find a home, and Usyk gonna find his way being knocked out for the first time in his life. I really believe that. I don't think Usyk will knock Wilder out. I don't think he would knock Wilder out. I think this whole notion that he's just gonna be able to dance around and box and be pretty for 12 rounds, I think that's a fucking dream for some of these people. And I think the factor that a lot of people are leaving out is, for that fight to take place the way people explain it and break it down, Usyk damn near got to be perfect. So you trying to tell me he's not going to get hit? Show me a fight where Usyk had where he didn't get hit. Show me a fight Usyk had where he's been perfect. And then I might think that Wilder can catch him. Or better, I'll flip it. Show me a fight where Wilder ain't been able to land that right hand. Show me a fight where he ain't been able to do it. Show me a fighter that he ain't been able to knock down with the right hand. You get what I'm saying? And it's only one guy, you know what I mean, with the 8-ball residue that helped him get up, that was able to survive. But other than that, you're more likely. I mean, I think it's within reason and logic to think that Wilder could land the right hand as opposed to Usyk pitching a shutout or a perfect fight. I just don't think that's going to happen. Exactly. Smoke these, you already know, A1. Appreciate you for pulling up too, my bro. Wilder's a true fighter's mentality that I will always respect. Will fight anybody. And it's like, again, he can't help that his skill set is his skill set. Is it the best skill set? No. But is it still a skill set nonetheless? And can he box? Absolutely. So it's like people got to understand what they're watching and understand. That's why I think sometimes the best way to say things are that there's levels. And it's a certain level of skill that he had, but just despite those skills as a complete boxer, despite the lack of skill as a complete boxer, he still only got beat by one guy. And I think that says a lot about Wilder, more about Wilder than it does about Fury. And outside of Deontay Wilder shit, who the fuck has Fury beat that's so world class? Dude told me Deontay Wilder should fight Dillian White. I wish I could have reached through the computer screen. I really do. Dillian White like that. Like, you really go out of all the names to pull out the hat, you gonna pull that one and think I feel like he gonna lose Man, that boy is sucker for an uppercut. Dillian White will get punched into next week, literally, if he fought. Ghost, what's good with it, bro? Yeah, I hope Clarissa stop her too. Deontay can KO Fury. Yeah, facts. He could. And we know the whole little shenanigan. We know it. We know the whole shenanigan. Like over anyone, everywhere. I don't care who. Yeah. Nah, I feel you. I feel you, Ghost. Yeah, I feel you. Some of these dudes gonna have to show and prove at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And Wilder got an opportunity to show proof just why he's a people's champ, just why he's great, and why he just looked at as one of the hardest punchers in the sport. You know what I mean? If not the hardest puncher. And I hope he sleep hilarious and he's able to wake up and enjoy a nice meal with his family after that. But I truly hoping that he gets slept. Sorry. Healthy and hopefully make it back home and all that good stuff. But I'm not rooting for Hellenius. I'm rooting for him to get slapped. Sorry. It is what it is. It's a 1 minute fight for Wilder. I'm telling you, because as soon as he connect on him, Ghost, that's it. Lights out. Wilder versus Usyk in the co-main event. Frank versus Joyce. I love that, bro. I love that, man. I got 24 people in here, man. Y'all smash that like button for me if y'all haven't, man. Think we had a hell of a conversation today. Body more Murderland. What's good with it, Brody? Appreciate you for pulling up. Board nuts and the ref. The reason you know it, bro. You know it. And still, you know what I always say, Bodymore, even with that happening in Wilder, he's still the people's champ. He got the respect, the admiration, and the love from the people. They still care about him. They still value him. He's still an asset to boxing. He's still box office. He's still somebody that people want to see. And, it's going to be a certain crowd of people that just can't stomach that. But it is what it is because they got to deal with him for a little bit longer. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you for pulling up, bro. And yeah, man, I was at the end, just closing out, man. Just wanted to wrap up and make sure I hammered home my points and made sure I thoroughly explained to everybody why I felt like Monster Inoue, Canelo Alvarez, and Lomachenko is over celebrated versus the underappreciated and Devin Haney, Deontay Wilder, and Jermell Charlo. I think you got two undisputed champions in those guys, and they just don't get the respect that they've earned. Deserve. They earned that respect, and they still don't get it. So they're going to have to continue to prove people wrong and take it. You know what I'm saying? So Devin Haney going to show out again Saturday, I believe. You know what I mean? Or Sunday, whenever that's going to actually take place. But he's going to show out. Wilder, I think, is going to handle business. I think Clarissa is going to show everybody one more time why she's great. You know what I'm saying? And whether or not you want to admit it, it's just what it is. She's great. And the fact that she tells you how great she is, and then she go out there and show you. And I said this earlier, they just can't handle it. They don't know how to deal with that. See the same ref in Ocampo fight. Yes, sir. You see what he was trying to do? Stop the fight, bro. Figured, oh shit, Ocampo ain't stopping this dude how we thought, man. Should I stop it? Jack Reese was trying. Somebody paid him. He was trying it. He need to go retire. He need to get out of boxing for that one. The most underrated one. Yeah. Get his last belt. And then he went through the quality opposition in his division, avenged the loss by knockout, avenged the draw by knockout. That dude is special, man. Nothing short of special. And it's just got us people as supporters of the sport. You gotta learn how to put your personal preference or feelings towards somebody aside and just learn to make a fair assessment. You don't got like Jermell attitude. You don't got like the hair color he got. You get what I'm saying? You ain't got like the car he drive. You don't got like the gloves he wear. None of that shit. You ain't got like none of that. But you got to be real enough as a boxing fan and supporter to be able to say, yo, what that dude accomplished is dope. It's spectacular. It's nothing short of great. And that's what I'm saying. If you got people that can say Ryan Garcia is great, I'm damn sure going to scream that Jermell Charlo is great. It's a very great fighter. You know what I'm saying? Darrell is a plus 2,800 by KO. 11-12. That's wild. Yeah, they trying to trick some people out their money. Ghost with that one because I think Darrell about to get outboxed. My shit, that ref was on. Yeah, he was on some wild shit. Bodymore. He was trying to make himself the star of the fight. He was gonna find a way to make it about him. Trying to pull it fast, one little weirdo. Jack Reese need to go, man. Yeah, investigating that Fury versus Wilder fight. Yeah, he definitely sucks. His explanation was weird too. You just wanted to give him a chance. Where was that train of thought when Danny Jacobs was getting knocked out by Dimitri Perov? God damn sure ain't let him get a chance. You ain't even let him get up. Someone was close to Demetrius Andre can respect Jamal. I do not get why anyone else cannot. Folks, while they don't understand how to just give, like, and again, you still cannot like them if you just have a personal with them. Like if it's something, or you just don't want to like them, you ain't gotta like them. But just as in terms of sport and competition, what he's accomplished is dope for the sport. Like the fighter aside, personal feelings aside, is just, you know what I'm saying. It's nothing short of spectacular. You know what I'm saying? People just, and that's what this live also was about, just getting back to appreciating the sport, man. Bringing real boxing talk back, real conversation, real dialogue, real back and forth. I mean, productive energy and conversation. Yeah, man. So, yeah, Plant gonna box. Yeah, he gonna box the Darrell head off, man. So it's gonna be a tough out for Andre Darrell. I mean Anthony Darrell. But we'll see. We'll see what he's able to get done. We're gonna see. Fury head bounce off the canvas as a wave off. That's a fact. That count was long as shit. They knew what they was trying to do. They knew. After round 6, it's a good dog to pick if you got a throwaway. Playing cardio strategies. If you got no pop, you have cardio. He don't. He is a little crazy. So I want to see how he gonna approach both of those things. Cause I seen that video where he was sitting down on the punches, and I want to see if he addressed the stamina issue. I really do. I got Plant as the underdog with Rail. I think Darrell is the underdog. I think he is. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, man. Again, man. Underappreciated, over celebrated. I think we had a good conversation on it. Wilder gonna be king. You got Saturday to prove it. Clarissa's gonna show up big. I think she's gonna show us one more time why she's great. Devin Haney is going to accomplish something great. Get Kambosos out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Something that, you know what I mean, is going to be good for boxing. As things are going to clear up, I say after in the next 2 or 3 fights for everybody, we're going to get a lot of clarity in the sport, man. But me as a content creator, I'm of the mentality and mindset that I understand why I'm watching this sport. I understand why I watch boxing. I understand why I get up every day and talk about it. Got a passion for it. So therefore, being passionate about the sport the way I am, I have to enjoy it. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, I know when to call bullshit. But I also know how not to be overly critical and complain about everything you see. And I'm just not one of them people. And I think as a result, we're going to always be able to have some dope conversations over here. And we're just going to keep pushing. So again, salute to everybody in the building. Appreciate all 24 y'all in here. Y'all smash that like for me. If y'all haven't, if y'all got any other social medias, man, do your boy a favor, share this live, man. Get this content out to as many people as possible. Much appreciated to everybody that do share this live, that pull up, that hit that like button. No Loma at the Kambosos Jr., which you want to see him pursue if you don't move up. If he didn't fight Loma, the way they talk back and forth, I ain't even trying to be funny, Tank. Just because I'm tired of it. And mainly because of some of the stuff that the hate that I hear towards Tank. I was about to do a live about Tank too, but I said I'm gonna just chill. They're gonna keep hating, but if I keep hearing it, I'll definitely chop it up about it. But yeah, I'd like to see him fight. I really want to see him fight Loma next because he said that's the fight that he won. That'll get him the respect of the people. You know what I'm saying? Man, Kambosos is the most humble dude now. Yeah, facts, Body Moore. He don't know how to act without them belts. I told people his fall from grace was gonna be crazy. Appreciate you for pulling through while you at work, bro. OG. Eric, what's good with it, my bro? Appreciate you for pulling up, man. Yeah, scared and timid. Yup, he looked humbled. That's how it is when you get punched in your mouth. Demetrius Bright, my bro. TWT family in the building. Salute to you, my bro. How y'all feeling, man? Appreciate everybody again pulling up. Who mostly will fight Haney first? Tank or Shakur? Man, that's tough. Like, it's crazy because I don't know how long Haney gonna be at 35, and I just fully get on my nerves, y'all. I'm sorry, yo. I ain't sorry. He get on my nerves, yo. The hate. Like, people got to differentiate. Like, the hate has hit an extreme level with Tank, and you know what? I might still do this video. I really do, because it's easy to be from the outside looking in, saying this and that. Just imagine what the kind of conversations that he's probably having. Like, anybody ever deep dive as to why him and Floyd fall out every so often? Like, don't nobody, like, I'm just not a fan of blaming all one person for anything when there's multiple parties involved in a situation. Yeah, you could blame, but it's like, put yourself in his shoes, better yet, or say if it was your family. Like, you never know the conversations they having, what kind of promises he making. Like, we've seen him saying he felt like he was trying to get set up before, and people even took that and ran with it. They took it like as if he was scared or hesitant to fight somebody. Why the fuck would the public and everybody else know who I'm about to fight before me? But people won't bring that up and speak on that. They just make it seem like, you heard Tank say he felt like he was gonna get set up. He ain't want to fight such and such. Nah, that wasn't that. It's like, did you listen to what he said? How the fuck do other people know who I'm fighting before me? How you discussing, like, you how you just gonna make the fight without talking to me? Pretty sure that's not how business is done. So yeah, Ash, I might just do that. I might have to, man. Might really have to, man. And again, I'm all about regulating the hate. And I promise y'all, whenever y'all see Just Do make content and I'm hating, remember, hating on, not holding somebody ass to the fire or foot to the flames, not holding somebody accountable and none of that. Hating. When you see me hating on a fighter, call me out for it. You'll never see me make content that's hating on a fighter. Floyd doing, and that's the part that's pissing me off about him more. It's frustrating, bro. You not letting the man. And it's like, people, it's easy to say leave them, but think about it, probably is a certain amount of comfortability there, and rightfully so. Why should you have to go outside somebody that's promising you, that should be in position to get you any and everything? Why should you have to go outside for that? You get what I'm saying? Why would somebody be talking to you one way and then trying to move another? You get what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a lot, and a lot of it is perspective, but the difference between me and other people, when I speculate and give my opinion, I state it as such. I don't pass my opinion off as fact. With this Tank situation, sometimes people are so opinionated about the reason his situation is the way it is that they pass their opinions off damn near as fact. Like, just because you say it or you yell it don't make it no fact, bro. Like, just because you say some shit and you say it with passion and you say facts after it, like, that's on any level. It don't make it a fact. And that's what people don't be getting. I think they be blinded by the way people present their opinions. And then they confuse that with the truth or facts. That's not facts, because you could just say facts after everything. Y'all knocked Ryan Garcia out last night, y'all. Facts. Facts, y'all. Facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Facts. Went outside and shit, you know what I mean? Went, take a walk, get a switcher, went to the gas station, seen Ryan Garcia there, yo. Asked him what was going on with that shit with him and Tank. He said something slick. I knocked him out, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Facts. I knocked Ryan Garcia the fuck out. Like, that's how people say. It's like you just say anything and say facts behind it, and people be like, yo, that's true. It's true, yo, it's true. It ain't true. It ain't. But my thing is, like, I just ain't know the belief that man is scared to fight anybody at all. And one of the reasons why I want to see him and Haney fight is because of the back and forth from both of them, and then some of the critiques negatively that came, towards Tank for this situation. It's like he get more flack. He get more, he get more kickback for this situation than I feel like Haney. I feel like he's in a safe position where they painted this narrative that whoever he say he wants to fight and he don't fight him, it's just automatically the duck. You get what I'm saying? I think that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Stuck in that contract. Contract was up once full contract, and he realized he was stuck. Yeah, it's a lot. It's just like it's some lies and deceit that got to be going on. you gotta think like it gotta be something that'll make him go back to him. And people don't analyze that enough. They just say, well, based on how it's been, why would you go back? Sometimes people ask questions and don't really try to find the answers to them. They just ask the question. Like deep dive, because at the end of the day, it's all speculation because we don't have the inside track on their situation. So we don't know what the dynamic of the relationship or contract. We just don't know none of that stuff. But a lot of times, because people are so frustrated with situations, like I said, they start passing their opinions off, and people be having some interesting perspectives. I can't lie, but that don't make it the fact, yo. It don't. It don't. It just don't. By having a person get their rocks off on, yeah, boxing is tank for most people. Yeah, a lot. It is, and it's like to me again, like that's why I don't say this just to be saying it. If I fanboy ever or hate on a fighter or tearing a fighter down, like tearing them, actually trying to tear them down and hating, call me out on it. Fanboy and call me out on it. Tearing a fighter down, call me out. I just don't do that. And I said this before, Ash. I feel like people think the harder you go on the fighter mean that you keeping it real. I think it's a fine line because there ain't nothing wrong with being hard on these dudes. They grown men. This the fight business. You know what I'm saying? It's the hurt business. I get it. Get on their ass. And you ain't got to be sensitive about it. You go get on their ass. But it's also a line, too. There's getting on somebody's ass, holding them accountable, holding their feet to the flames. And then there's that line where it's like, all right, now you're being overly critical. Now you're going overboard. Like, to reduce, like for example, to reduce Shakur Stevenson's whole career to missing weight that's being overly critical. You get what I'm saying? Just the only thing, Wilder this or Wilder windmill Wilder is all that, but it's like you got more negative to say about him than positive. Then I know where you're going with it. You get what I'm saying? You're not a person that's give people they just do. You don't do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. This hating on fighters got to stop. The unnecessary praise of other fighters got to stop. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't go the route in his career that he has tanked on. He never said he only fighting in-house. Even the Loma fight years ago, he never turned down a fight because the fighter was older. Yeah, man. It's a lot of bullshit with that situation for Hernandez. They say he was too young. When he had skills, he was on that level. Why would he come out and say, why would you let me sign a contract? And the Lord said, if you were my son, I would have let you. Wouldn't have let you. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So it's just a lot, like, it's a lot of weird business, aka bad business being done in boxing. It's people are overplaying the politics, and I think it's just bad business being done. And I'm of the belief, and again, this is my opinion. I don't want to pass my opinion off as facts. Not even to get into this fight not happening, but I'm of the belief that the biggest fight that we want, that people want, is not happening. It's not because of the fighters. I feel like a lot of bad business is being done. It's a lot of misdirection and deceitful shit going on, man. And instead of just getting these dudes the money and making what would probably be the biggest fight in boxing, because you're not going to convince me a fight is not big and everybody's talking about it. That's just that's not math to me. That's not, the math is not math. Everybody's talking about the fight, but somehow it ain't going to do no good. It ain't big. But somehow nobody was talking about the Triple G and Canelo fight for the third time. And we knew about that fight for about 5 months. Then you see what the numbers was when they did release them, and they was supposed to be bad, supposed to be a fail. Then, you know what I mean? Again, so they told us it was money in that. That was a big fight. That was bigger than the fight we won now, but we seen what the numbers did and the reception of it. People didn't care. So, again, man, it's just more bullshit. It's a lot of BS going on in boxing. I think the fact that people care more about lining their pockets than the actual sport is why we get bullshit product, why we get fights stalled and all that. And it's easy. And I think we play right into their hands by arguing with each other about it, going back and forth, blaming the fighters. Is like, as long as we blaming the fighters as fan bases of the other one or the other fighter, and I'm more of a boxing fan than any boxer fan. I'm gonna always say that. But I think when we go back and forth, a lot of times we play right into their hands, because as long as we're blaming one another, they don't have to hold themselves accountable. We could think about the false news that's being put out, where the news and the shit that's being dropped is is aimed at making the other fighter look bad or making the other fighter look like he's the problem. So when a certain fan base get a certain clip or read a certain headline, now we arguing with each other. Hey, did you see this? And I think when we do that and we go back and forth, we do exactly what they want us to do. Go back and forth so they don't have to hold themselves accountable in this whole situation. And I think it's more to it than Bud and EJ or EJ just being that far. I think it's some bad, shitty business being done. And I think they know that. I think that's the holdup. Shitty business and bullshit politics going on. Meanwhile, we arguing with each other back and forth, and it's not bringing us no closer to the fight. So I think the right people need to be held accountable. And if we're going to shoulder the blame on anybody, everybody involved is at fault. Not us. Everybody's that's involved, whether it be both fighters, the promoters, the teams, all of that. If we're going to blame somebody at this point without having all the information, everybody's get the equal blame. You know what I mean? To some degree. So it's like, get blame, and then blaming ain't going to get us to fight. So I just want to know whatever is going to get us to fight. And I believe paying these fighters and letting them, paying them accordingly for putting their lives on the line will get us this fight. Fuck everything else. Enough money is there, them dudes going to get in the ring at the end of the day. So we're going to see. Hopefully we get it. You know what I'm saying? Don't want him to get them accolades. Yeah. And he weird for that too. He weird because he holding that man back. So it's weird. Floyd thinks Tank best. He needs to unleash him on the whole division. That's a fact. Can't you telling us he the best, but then you not moving him accordingly, and it's pissing, it's just fucking shit up. No, most definitely, Brody. Yeah. I'll be here a little bit longer because I did mean to do that too, yo. I did. I'll be forgetting. Yeah, definitely. TBS. I wish Bill Haney would spar Boozy. I don't think he want none of that, Mike. Yo, you seen Boozy? I seen him working out, man. Boozy in shape, bro. Boozy is in shape, man. I don't know, man. That ain't the average guy, man. He might put some hands on Bill. He might appreciate your ass. He might put some hands on Bill, man. I got you though. It's in there though, Kyle. Oh yeah, and y'all always welcome. The family's always welcome to come up, because the difference between me and everybody else, I'm gonna keep saying this, I feel like that's something that's different with me, is I accept diversity. I welcome it. I pretty much want it, because if your perspective and opinion is different than mine, but it's still logical and reasonable, then you yourself as an individual have something to add to the conversation. It's easy. Like, I definitely be wanting people to know, like, with or without, I'm going to cook, but I definitely always want the input of the supporters, the people that's in here, the family. So y'all always feel free to either jump up here or just chime in with your boy. But it's all about knowing what the people think too, because that's what's going to keep y'all engaged. I could sit here and talk for another hour or two about what I think, but I think it get a bit more interesting when you get more perspective from different people. And at the end of the day, man, that's what it's all about, man. Interesting perspectives within logic and reason that makes sense, productive boxing conversation, and you can't be mad at that. You can't. I mean, it's always going to be a place for that. So that's what I aim to do, man. Caleb Plant, man. Yeah, that's like I did that live, man. I don't know if y'all caught it. That live, that Real Beef live is really real beef. Y'all tell me it ain't real beef. Caleb Plant and Anthony Durrell do not like each other at all, bro. At all. Michaela Mayer and Alicia Baumgartner, they about to fight every chance they get. They do not like each other, man. They don't. They do not. And Haney, I mean, what was the other one? I had a different one. It was Caleb Plant. Oh yeah, that's Savannah. How could I forget Savannah and Clarissa, or Clarissa and Savannah? You know what I'm saying? Mike, my Brody, in that super chat. Appreciate you, my bro, for putting the color in the chat. Much appreciation as always, my bro. Like I said, y'all make the grind worth it. I'm on this full time, so all support is appreciated. And we gonna keep rocking. Y'all already know you'll get blocked on other channels if you don't agree. And you know what, bro? And this is not directed towards any channel. This is just me speaking for me. I try to make sure people understand that that's not the case over here, because some people have hit me up and like, I got blocked. And I try to tell people, if you come in and it's like disrespectful / trollish, you could get blocked. But I welcome diversity because in diversity you get the best conversation. Like, how interesting is it if everybody's agreeing with everything I said? Now, don't get it wrong. Most things I don't expect people to disagree, because it's like it's not a me versus you when I do content. It's not me versus you. It's like, what do we think as a collective, and how could we get the best possible conversation about what I'm cooking on? You can't get that only being the only one talking. You cannot get that. The best conversation is going to come when two people disagree. When you get a disagreement, as long as you factor in somebody's respectful, number one, logical and reasonable, I guarantee you get the best conversation on YouTube. I'm gonna keep saying that because people gonna get it. It's ways to have conversations and I'm just not a fan of arguing with people, because in doing so, you don't get nowhere. So it's like, even if somebody's perspective is something different than me, they have something different to add, I welcome it, because, like I said, it's interesting. It's more perspectives is good for the people. My bad, John. Oh man. Yeah, I've seen you keep it trail. Of course, the disrespect is unnecessary, and they're supposed to get sent off. But just because they have a different perspective, respectfully, why do they get blocked? Yeah, I think, and I also think as a creator, because I'm 10 months in, right? I'm 10 months in doing this, so I'm still fairly new as opposed to how long some of these people been doing it. 10 months in, but I think that stagnates your growth as well. Like that's why I think some of the times that I've dealt with trolls, because I've had them too, is trill as I keep it, I still get trolls. Like, I had somebody when I was doing a fight party just randomly chime in mad disrespectfully from Facebook at that. And it's crazy. I found him on Facebook so fast, and I could have just went to town, but I said it ain't even worth it, man. Like, I think people need to. That's why I tell people, this your first time here, I always challenge people to go click my about section and read what I spent my time to type out. If you read what it said in my about section and you come back over here, I guarantee you, after reading that, if you understood what you just read, there's no way you're going to want to come here and argue with me. You're going to want to have a conversation, because that's what I do over here. That's why I say my little slogan is not here to break the news. I'm here to have a conversation, because I feel like, it's nothing wrong with breaking the news. So I want people to know when I say that, it's nothing wrong with breaking news. But what it is you get so much misinformation and fake broken news that I don't focus on that on my channel. For me, I break the news as I get it, and I know it's accurate, because I don't care about being first. I care about being right. You get what I'm saying? That matters more. I care about, the quality over speeding and beating everybody to something. Then I got to retract the statement. Then I always say it's not wrong with breaking the news, but after the news comes what? The conversation. So that's what I'm all about, is the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I don't even talk on most channels. It's good kind of, I just listen but won't speak. I know what you're saying, because sometimes people, you don't want to add input. Like, it's times that I've added like, all right, for instance, right, I do this too, right? I'm a content creator myself, right? So say if I'm in another chat, my goal of being in there is to support you for real. Now, I don't mean I gotta agree with everything you say, but I'm not going to be a distraction. So if I add a comment, it's to add to the conversation to move it along. Like, my bro been catching on the fact that I've been doing that, because I always tell people I don't just be there, I actually be listening. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I always try to add something that's going to add to the conversation, not stagnate it or not be a distraction. I'm not there to be a distraction. I'm there to support for real and add to your conversation rather than take from it. Some people, they just here to be a distraction and take from it. But I want people to feel welcome to speak, and you know, like that's what I do. That's why I be 30 minutes behind in the chat. Y'all know, trying to engage. I try to read as many of the comments as I could because everybody time in here matter. I don't take nobody time for granted. I don't expect you to be here just because I'm live. Like, so that's my way of trying to, you know, keep everybody engaged. I try to get to as many as the people as I can. That's a fact. Only by trolls and racist facts. I can tell you the troll from what the topic is, and and how you say what you say. It's a fact. That's a fact. And it's like it's innocent trolling. And again, for example, Big Dog Willie troll all the time about Khan. I laugh every time he do it because it's innocent trolling. It's funny. He's never once been disrespectful. That's just not what he do. He funny like that. Or Roja coming in here around the tank and Rolly fight saying, you know, Rolly gonna win in 2 and 3 rounds, shit like that. That's funny because I know he's joking. It's not disrespectful. He's just playing. You know what I'm saying? But some people, I think, they so used, you know what? A lot of them trolls, you know where a lot of the trolls come from, believe it or not? They come from other channels that they've gotten blocked on. So they naturally assume that that's the way to, you know what I mean? I'm going to just come troll everybody. Or a lot of them come from the toxic chats that don't police their chats. Like they just do live videos. Like nobody's cooking. Like I'm sitting up here cooking. It'd just be like a live telecast or like, you know, the zone playing the fights. Their chats are some of the most toxic shit I've ever seen in my life. It's unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. It's their way or the highway. And I feel like that stagnates the growth. It's not like that. How is it that I would expect for y'all to sit up here and listen to everything I think? And then when y'all got something to add, I'm shooting you down or telling somebody to block you. How is that making sense? How is that even like, you get what I'm saying? How is that engaging to people? How does that make people want to tune in? You get what I'm saying? So I'm always thinking about, you know, the people because I value people time. Like I've been on the other side of it too. And you ever be in a chat where it might not even be that many people, but you trying to add to it and motherfuckers, they ain't seeing shit you saying. They just talking about random shit. Your ass be ready to leave because you like, they ain't even paying attention to shit you add. And so always try to let the people know, like, how Kyle gonna ask about the link and don't even click the link, yo? Kyle, where you at, Kyle? I've been dropped the link, bro. My bad if I was slow on the link. This was gonna be like an open panel discussion, but if somebody would have said something, I'd have dropped the link sooner. He was stupid. Yeah, I seen you in Knockout Chat a lot. You support steady distraction. That's a fact, bro. I'm glad you peeped that because that's what I'm there for. Like I remember, and salute the champs. I remember being on his platform before, and I think he had his pound for pound list up or something like that. And I don't know if people were criticizing it, but you know, I went on the comment like, I'm not here to critique your pound for pound list. I'm here to support it. Like I come different. Like I feel like it's gonna be a lot of other people that could disagree and troll with you. Why I gotta be one of the people to do it? Like that's how I am in every chat. I ain't never been blocked in my life. I ain't never been blocked. I don't even get timed out because I'm not there to be a distraction. That don't mean I got to agree with everything. But for me, as a creator, I understand every live is not for me. And everything somebody say is not to be taken like personal. Don't take none of this shit personal. Every live, every conversation is not one for you. It's not going to suit you. So it's like, I understand that. And I know how to maneuver through these YouTube streets without muddying the waters and getting myself in unnecessary arguments. Like I'm here to build and nothing less. Crush my bro. What's good with it, my bro? Say hey. Mike Tyson overrated and see how fast you get blocked. Oh yeah, I grew up on Mike, bro. And you know what's funny, Mike? I grew up on Mike Tyson. I was born in '86, so I grew up watching people order the fights and seeing people scared of Tyson, him knocking people out and shit like that. When I was young, I used to get told all types of shit like he ain't got no chin. Tyson can't fight. But when I got older to understand the sport, I understood the last thing. That was one of the biggest lies was he ain't have a chin. Like, goddamn, what Mike Tyson was y'all watching? You know what I'm saying? What Tyson was y'all watching? So that let me know that some of my family was casuals. Just because y'all ordered the Mike Tyson fights don't mean y'all some casuals, bro. Because y'all was the ones telling me he ain't got no damn chin. Man, I grew up to really understand boxing. They ain't it. He like discipline and the support system. And that's just two things that That's 2 strikes in boxing. Like his self-control, you get what I'm saying? The shit he got himself into, all that. So it was way more to it than him not having no chin. That was just like bullshit if I ever heard it. You still live, just do proper grab, as we say over here. Hey, yeah, bro. I used to do 4-hour joints. I got a 7-hour stream up. Sometimes I just go with the flow of the people, especially when the family come through. Crush, what's good with it, my bro?
Hey, what's happening? Just enjoying the cook as always. It hasn't been the cook.
Hey, man, I'm applying the pressure, bro. I'm doing this full time. I got videos lined up that I ain't even do yet. I ain't playing with this shit. I see too much.
What's up?
And this is what respect to any and everybody's content, but I just see too much shit this work on here that ain't half of what I be doing in terms of putting thought into shit and just the appreciation, just the ability to have a conversation for real. Like that's what I'm saying. It's a new wave of content out here, man. I think us TWT people need to tune in. We got a little bit of everything. Got Mr. PSA that don't play with nobody. He get on everybody ass. I do too. I just don't do it how Crush do it. We all unique in our own way. This shit is what makes us dope. But none of us fanboy. None of us are not within logic and reason when we speak. And I think that's something we all share collectively, whether people know it or not. That's why it's easy to have conversations with people from this family because, you know what I mean? We understand. We get this shit. And Mike Tyson, yeah, he had a great chin. Mike, most people won't engage unless you pay.
What's up, sister? Dude?
Yeah, hey, I seen that too, Bodymore. I seen that. I see a lot because I observe. Sometimes I'm not speaking because I see some people. All right, for example, like they come here, I got way less people. I'm still new, but I'm gonna get there. If this is the last thing I do, I'm gonna get there. But you will see some people. I engage with everybody. The money is something that you value your time, so of course you want to be paid for anything you can be paid for. But I put the quality of the content before the money. Always. Like you'll never see me up here and be lazy and not engaging with the people. Half-ass conversation, like you get what I'm saying. I just don't do that. I feel like it's disrespectful to the people that's listening to you. You know what I'm saying? Boxing nerd, salute, my bro. Yeah, they didn't care about Mike after the numbers came in, man.
Yeah, that's true facts, man. But yeah, I had someone tell somebody they should split their wig because they thought Mike Tyson was overrated, and this was on the street, bro. And I was like, yo, it's not that deep, like. Yo, let's calm down. Let's take a breath, dude. Smoke something. Smoke something right now. You got to relax. You know, that's that man's opinion. You ready to break this man's neck. Mike ain't gonna break nobody's neck for you. He mess around and break your neck. You got to calm down.
That's where I'm at with it, bro. Respecting opinions because I see too many arguments happen. Why am I about to argue with you, right? Because your opinion is different than mine. And I'm arguing an opinion with another opinion. It's so counterproductive and stupid. It's not even funny. It's crazy. I see people do it all the time. Like, damn, here we go. Y'all really about to argue over opinion versus opinion. Nobody is right. Now, I understand somebody, you might feel like you're more right, but at the end of the day, if two people are simply stating opinions and nobody is dealing with the fact, you got to deal with it like that. You can't treat it like your opinion is law. What I'm saying, because I had a channel and you don't, or it's my shit and not. That's why I don't give that energy out here. This our shit. Because you know why I say our shit? I could give explanation. I don't just say it because it sounds cool. It's our shit because if I didn't have y'all in here, who would I be talking to? Myself. So that is exact. So when I say it's our shit, that's why I told people I'm gonna be a more proactive, man. Hit me behind the scenes. Y'all see something that I don't see or something that need to be chopped up and spoke on, man, hit me. I'm doing all things. I'm content creating for real, everything. I don't care if it's a quote. You know what I'm saying? Who Israel? What's good with it, bro? I don't care if it's a quote. I'm on it. Let me know.
Hey, Just. Hey, man, listen, y'all. This weekend, I'm a PSA. I'm just resting because I'm going off all weekend. Now I'm gonna call a fucking fight. I don't give a fuck if it's 20 motherfuckers calling a fight. This weekend,
got to call him, man. I'm with you.
This weekend, bro, and everybody in the chat, listen. This weekend is the savior weekend of 2022. And we touched on the subject a couple times because look at the few things that didn't happen that should have happened.
Mm-hmm.
No need to talk about those things. I don't want to mention names. We know what's going on. I'm tired of giving that shit airplay. Really, I'm tired of it. So we need this. So maybe the situation, it's kind of weird. What happened, to the lady over there that postponed and pushed this fight to this weekend, but we got a damn good fucking weekend of boxing. Now, the only fight that I'm not interested in the most, of course, you already know, is Cambosis and Devin Haney rematch. But other than that, we got a whole lot of boxing. It's a lot of heat going on. It's gonna be plasma all over the place. Like, mama, this is the beef. This is the beef weekend. Everybody eating beef this weekend. Look at Darrell and Plant. I see that. What the got into them? What the fuck is going on? And then we know what's going on with Maya and Bumgarner, which I still think is going to be the fight of the weekend. I'm calling it the fight of the weekend, and I'm not shitting on Clarissa and Marshall.
No. You talking? That's real.
But this fucking
animosity
is so interesting, man. And I'm like, yo, and before the beef we turned all the way up, a lot of us was in the same mindset that we feel as though that this is a 50% chance that Bumgarner could lose this fight. And then it looked like the confidence and things, and she looking good, and then you switch it from 50 to 70, and it's like motherfucking going up and down like jumping jacks or some shit, because the energy is all over the place, so you really can't pinpoint who's going to beat who. As you just know, in that fight, it ain't going to be a cat fight just because it's two females. It's going to be a bull fight, and they going to try to kill each other, bro. And I love it. So everybody that's hating on women boxing, y'all better tune in this weekend. Just don't watch the men fights. I'm telling you.
I just don't watch women boxing.
Y'all going to put some respect on this women boxing.
Women's boxing is dope, weirdo.
Yo, man, listen, it's up and it's up and it's up like Cardi B said. I'm so excited for this weekend, man. And when Clarissa Shields and Marshall get in there, then I just heard the weirdo thing somebody just put out that they were supposed to, been carping much, and this shit is crazy. You got to hear about that? Oh man, it's crazy, bro. So I just been sucking it all in and looking at little stuff. I'm like, this motherfucking weekend.
You need to get beat up for that.
No, we got the Bomber, we got the King returning this weekend. We all wishing a healthy return and a good performance, which I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be all right. So we going to see. I ain't going to put too much into it, but I think he's going to be
my bro.
And we got a hell of a weekend, man. So yo, place y'all bets, get it together. I know the content creators, the fan, we gonna be out there all over the place. I'm telling you, I'm buck wilding Saturday morning, all the way into all these fucking fights. It's over, so get fucking ready. It's going down, man. It's gonna be some ass kicking going on over the place.
Salute, my bro. What's good with your fate? Got Meyer. And again, see, I'm glad you said this, right? Because in this situation, right, with Fate, just a perfect example, right, of what type of person I am, right? I'm saying right now, I'm leaning towards Bumgarner. I'm gonna just rock with Bumgarner. If I'm wrong, cool. It's no problem. I'll be here to be wrong with y'all. Y'all know I'll be here. And Fate say he got Meyer. See, a person that's argumentative, they'll go right in and start arguing because their pain is different than his. I bet you any amount of money, if I ask Fate to say, yo, break it down for me, why you got Mayer over Bumgarner, I guarantee you he could explain why he picking one over the other. When somebody is able to logically do that, even if it's different from your viewpoint, you should be able to accept that as valid information. Just because the viewpoint is different than yours don't mean he don't know the boxing. He just see it differently than you. That's why I feel like we as a collective move this shit along. It ain't just what Just Do think. It's what Just Do think. It's what my bro Crush think. It's what everybody else that spent their time sitting in this chat when y'all could have been doing anything else is what y'all think as well. It ain't just for me. Tay, salute, Queen. How you feeling?
What's up, Tay?
TWT family. I love my TWT family, whether y'all know it or not. If y'all don't know, y'all know now. We enjoy this shit too much, and I enjoy the people that I rock with.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm telling you, I listen to a lot of content, bro. I consume a lot. And I know what I know, and I want to put this message out there for people. Your numbers do not always reflect if you are dope or not. Please understand that shit. I promise you it don't. That's why I'm gonna give the content up the same way, whether it's 2 people, 20, 200. Same energy, same attitude. I'm gonna care the same way. I listen to a lot, bro, and trust me, some people taking this shit for granted. I'm gonna make sure I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I value everybody in here and y'all time.
Hell yeah.
Said, man, we can't do this shit without y'all.
Man, this shit is gonna be bananas, man. Wow. Well, I'm gonna say this. Somebody get knocked the fuck out. That's all I can say, man. This shit this weekend's gonna be crazy, man. We can possibly get a card full of knockouts. I know it's gonna be some ass.
And I can look at Ash, and I respect the hell out of her opinion. She be cooking, and she adds something to add. She got mayor, but I could understand why, because naturally
I got married this weekend. You know, we've been talking about this. I've been said it. I said, yo, I got this feeling. I know y'all remember, man. I was like, I just got this strange feeling, man, and I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. But either way, if she Bumgarner pulled it off, salute to the sister. You know, I still want to beat her pelvis up out of shape. It don't matter win, lose, or draw. You know what I mean? But I got married, man. It's gonna be a good fight. I think that she's coming to execute her game plan just as well as Bumgarner. I think if she keeps her on the outside, baby, it's going to be a long night for sexy Bumgarner to get on the inside. I know everybody's question is, Maya going to be.
You know what's funny though? The fact that she my bad, Crush. The fact that she like to fight too sometimes. So I'm wondering.
It's going to get close, and the thing is, I think she's conditioned enough, and I think she's focused enough to handle the onslaught, Bumgarner, because you know she's going to give that work on the inside, and you know she got a little sting on her punches. We know Michaela gets hit, you know, but who don't get hit? They both gonna get hit. I think their defense is about the same. Maybe one might be slightly better than the other, but I don't think they coming to do slip and hit. They coming to motherfucking rock 'em, sock 'em, fucking Barbie. You hear me? That's what's gonna happen this weekend and even in the main event. But I think she's come. I think she's very hungry. She's showing no fear. And she's quite confident. And then what makes this fight interesting, besides that, people, they both in each other's heads. We looking at it as entertainment, but I'm really looking at all the beef, and I'm like, they're in each other's head like a motherfucker.
It's real with them. They don't like each other. But you know what? I understand. You know what? And that's why I did the live, and I called it Real Beef. Savannah Marshall, Clarissa Shields, Real Beef, Bumgarner, Mayor, Real Beef, Plant Darrell, Real Beef. I do hope, with the exception of Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall, that's just a little bit different. They built her career off a lie. That's real shit. Anybody, I'll find a link and send it to anybody that didn't see Clarissa Shields beat Savannah Marshall up in the amateurs. I will kindly go find that again and send it to everybody. I swear I would. But her whole shit built off a lie. And she did the little funny comments she made. So I don't care if they cool after. But I hope, and I said this is Real Beef because the only way that this will be settled is not no mediators, nobody that could come and tell none of these fighters nothing. It's going to have to be settled in the ring. That's the only way this beef gets settled. And then only then they might have respect for each other. And for Mayor and Bumgarner, I like both of them. Respectfully, I do. So I hope they're at least able to respect each other after they go to war. I really do. Because, you know, you ain't got to like each other. And key word, you ain't got to like each other. But I hope y'all able to respect each other because y'all really both dope for the sport. Straight like that.
I think after they handle their business, I think the only thing to do is to have great sportsmanship after that. And that would be the icing on the cake. It would be an extra set of fucking candles to get lit. Of course, Ash, I know you was checking my temperature, and then if I would have changed my mind, you would have been one of the first to know. You see what I'm saying? I know I'm always on your radar, so you know I'm your uncle, but you little niece and you sharper than me. So You know, I keep
Bro,
it.
I've been telling Ash since I've been listening to her content, man. She is dope. I say that unapologetically, very dope.
Just
And
and
she been since my first live.
I
So
wish a motherfucker would try to give me any argument about it. I'm telling you, I would give them the most best fucking goddamn cook on this YouTube motherfucker.
I'm telling you. I'm
And
telling you, 'cause I actually listened to her. That's so I said that's for all y'all though. I said that's the difference, man. I ain't just there bullshit. It's times I be having to move around. I just got it on and got it turned up. But if that's not the case, it's turned up and I'm in front of it. And sometimes you can tell by just how much I'm adding to whatever it is you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, Mike. Yeah, my bro Zoom. How you feeling, Brody? Yeah, man, I'm just up here with one of the bros and the rest of the family cooking up something, man.
Now with this
I needed a longer live, man. It's been a while since I hit the 3-hour mark because I be trying to really stay quality and don't drag it. But when I got somebody else, we could rock out.
Yeah, we could rock out, baby. Yeah, salute to my battle right there, Zoom verse. You know what I'm saying? He got my 12, 6, 3, and 9. I got his too. Watch out. We napalm over this bitch. Man. But this is the relevant.
And you get where I'm going with that, right? Because I was cooking on that shit. And I think I gave some good explanations as why these dudes is overappreciated. And out of the 3 that's overappreciated, Inoue is more so a casualty of war or circumstance. Like he doing everything he's supposed to do as a fighter. That's how real I am. And even in critiquing him, I'm real enough to understand him as a fighter. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. When they put somebody in front of him, he on their ass. That is what a fighter's supposed to do. But I'm still able, when we had these type of conversations, I got to go a little bit deeper than surface level. And I got to say, well, if you look at them lighter weights, you will understand that the competition is just limited down there. And for him to truly be respected the way he wants, and I think even he knows that, he got to go up a weight class. We ain't saying jump 2-3 weight classes and go fight a welterweight or, you know what I mean, a lightweight even. We ain't saying do none of that. We're just saying go up a few pounds where you got that boy cool boy. And like I said, you beat him, I'm shutting my mouth. But at the end of the day, because of the way they rank you and put you over fighters that I feel like you just shouldn't be over, they overappreciate you. They over-celebrate you, should I say. Be like clear with the words, over-celebrated. Canelo, over-celebrated. The first thing somebody say when you say he ain't the face of the sport, they tell you about his accolades. Accolades does not always equate to quality, bro. It just don't. He is a fucking beneficiary of circumstance and fighting people at the right time. Bro, Mo City, salute to him for making the point. The only thing he truly got better at since fighting Floyd and losing to him is picking his opponents. Yeah, defensively to some degree, but now he's getting to the point where I don't even really see that as much. So to me, he's over-celebrated and people just overvalue this dude, you know what I mean? And then now, because he's made these strategic bag moves and just so happen that some of these dudes happen to be undefeated with titles in a possession, that he's able to kind of blur the lines a little bit, and you almost sound unappreciative when you critique what he's doing. But when you go deeper than surface level, again, people, because we go deeper than surface levels. On the surface, he fighting the champion. Yeah, Caleb Plant. Yeah, this one. Yeah. He fought this one. Okay, Rocky Fielding. This one was undefeated. I get all of that. But when you look at who was in and around his weight class for years with him and he ain't fought them yet, I have questions, man. And you have to be unrealistic to not see where I'm going with that. That's nothing personal. That's not an attack on him. Those are the facts. You got people that he should have fought hands down, and they over-celebrate this guy. Lomachenko got 2 losses. I just recently seen somebody post a quote. You got so much to say about Tank Davis and who he fought and who he haven't fought and how he ain't great because he ain't fought nobody. Who the fuck have you fought, bro? You fought Teofimo and you lost. Oh, and let me not forget, you lost to a journeyman with double-digit fights. Imagine Tank Davis losing to somebody that lost more than 10 times. Get the fuck out of here. You want to talk about, not that good and you don't know. They not force-feeding us. Tank is great. people know what it is with him because you got people that vouch for it, whether they seen it in the gym, you got people that seen it in the ring, and he's fucking box office. He put asses in seats, and all those things are true. But you had niggas that you was pegged to beat, and you lost. You asked for a title shot, and you lost. Like, you asked for a big fight, and you lost, bro. You let a damn journeyman take it to you. Get your ass out of here. If you was as good as they build you, you would never have lost to him, and you damn sure wouldn't have lost to Teofimo, another guy that had under 20 fights the same way you do. You lost twice before getting, and I use that number 20 because think about how many fighters lose right before they get there, or think about how many that are actually better than that could win at least 20, 25 fights before they have a loss. So he got 2 within 20, less than 20. He is not the dude they told you he is. He's just not. And it's not because of the losses. It's who he lost to, when he lost to him, and what when you accept a franchise title so you don't have to fight certain people, that's telling me exactly what your intent is in the sport. You're a manufactured product of Top Rank, bro. And I don't care who don't agree with that. That's how I see it. And that's why I say that's my opinion. I can't pass that off as fact, but it's obvious to see. Canelo Alvarez, you're not fighting the people you're supposed to fight. With the exception, and Nui is the only exception. He's fighting who they put in front of him. I don't think he's ducking and dodging, but I think he knows if he really want to make a splash, he's going to have to fight a bigger guy, slightly bigger. He ain't got to go that much farther. Just go up a weight class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Mr. Kool-Aid Pump. His whole goddamn sheet is that big-ass Kool-Aid man, the picture and shit. That's him right there.
Next, face, same thing I said. I'm going to just shut up.
Dog. He's overkill. That's the word I would use for Canelo. I don't care about what you think. Just look at his work. Let's look at the work he put out there. It's out there fighting men way past Abraham.
That's what I said.
Fighting motherfuckers greener than guacamole. Fighting motherfuckers they journey like a motherfucker from here to the Milky Way. They a journey person for real. Come on, man. You know, now he has his country behind him, and that's where he gets most of his success as far as, you know, his money and his views, and it's good because his people are supporting him, but his people are not the biggest population in the sport of boxing when it comes to overall.
He's lucky his people still support him.
Yeah,
that's what's giving him the leg to stand on in the sport. To pull the bullshit that he pulling is exactly that. Exactly that he still bring revenue to the sport. But Crush, I don't know if you've been hearing the same thing I've been hearing, my bro. I've been hearing Mr. Cash. I mean, you know what? Not even Mr. Cash Cow. Mr. Face of the sport is breaking even over there on the zone. Yeah, they ain't really getting a return on their investment. And I heard that from a credible source. Heard them dudes over there breaking even. Word up with him. Yeah. And I heard that either the last fight, that Triple G one might have been his last one, or he might have one more, and then they might be done with him working with the zone. So let's see how all that turns out. Loma, yeah, he is. When you see how when they force fed him, Mr. Aggressor, you think Tank ran from Loma? I don't think so. You have to show me where you ran from him again, because we be throwing these, we be saying a lot of shit, and we just throw it out there. Like, where did he duck him at? Like, where he run from him, where he duck him? Where was that fight at on the table? Where was that fight more than just being talked about in terms of whether it be people in the business of the sport or us as supporters of the sport? When has it been more than just an idea? And that's where I'm starting to get to when it comes to all this. We gotta clean up some of this duck talk, and I think we're gonna do it because we got people like all of us in here that follow the sport. We can't put these tags on people. Like, for a while, I used to think Loma ducked Devin Haney. I used to think that, but then I had to factor in everything. I said I'm not factoring in I'm not adding in all the factors. You got to add in everything. What fight did he have when he didn't fight him? He went and participated in a unification that would trump what? A mandatory, right? And I don't even know if it was all a fact. Was they really a mandatory? Was people just pushing that because they wanted it to be? You get what I'm saying? Being number one in a mandatory, I don't know if that's exactly the same. They got to make you the mandatory. I don't think you could just be, you can't just say it because you want it. So I don't really think No, you could not be a Loma fan. I think my bro Zoom is a Loma fan. Ain't nothing wrong with being a Loma fan. It's nothing wrong with Lomachenko as a fighter. The only problem, and that's why I want to make sure I'm being heard clearly. The issue is not so much with Loma. He can't control how people push him and talk about him and how people say, oh, he's the best thing since Muhammad Ali and he could beat a pretty boy Floyd in his prime. He's not the one saying that blasphemy. He not saying that. But that's how the disdain is built for a fighter when the machine that's pushing them is not being real with the people. When you really follow the sport, you can't tell me who's great if I'm sitting here watching it and I'm watching this dude and has he done some things that's very good in the sport? Yes. He ain't done a whole bunch of shit that's great. And I go for all these fighters. They're very good fighters with the potential to be great. Let me put it in, you know, let me say it like that. Let me phrase it that way. They have the potential to be great, but until some of these guys actually do something that is great, they can't be considered great. Either that's beating an opponent or, like I said, with Dev Haney situation, I think what he accomplished, he made history like that, enemy territory, that was great. You give him, he's done something that's great. That is great. The opponent didn't match, but he did something that was great. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Loma is more smoke and mirrors. In fact, Zoom, that's all it is. And that's not to say Loma can't fight his ass off. But we know what we seeing. We know what we seeing. When you oversold them when you mentioned Floyd and Muhammad Ali and then Loma in the same breath. You threw me. You had me this was like way years ago when they said this. They ain't pushing that same shit like that no more. It was said, and that shit you got to just have been there to know that that's what they was pushing, and that's just not the case. He not that guy, yo. Yeah, they rated him off his amateur career, to be honest with you, and that's what it is. I watched a dude turn pro at like what 26, I think so.
Yeah,
Duck Haney. I would have said that if he ain't fighting the unification, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I will say this: requesting a franchise title, whether you requested it or accepted it, to me, that's a duck belt. That's not a real belt. That's a destination. That allows you to get out of fighting quality competition. To me, that's just what that belt seemed like it's in place for. When you got that, you could maneuver around people you're supposed to fight and fight motherfuckers that nobody asking you to fight, which is like Canelo did. This is what I'm saying. I don't see how people don't be having a problem with that. When you ain't got to go, when you got all the belts at a weight class, you got a dude that's a legit threat, whether you beat his ass or not. You could hold up a whole division and go up a weight class and fight a dude that nobody was asking you to fight. You wouldn't bother that man that be working on his craft, not bothering nobody. That humble man over there, Dimitri Bivol, and you got beat up. And I told people what he had two choices. He was either going to lose that fight, and he was either going to be like, you know what, it's time to fight everybody. It was going to bring a different beast out of him, or he was just going to go back to what he know. Give you a fight that nobody asked for. We didn't ask for Bivol. We damn sure ain't asked for Triple G 3 years too late. He gave it to us anyway. Now his wrist is some shit hurt. Watch what he fight. Watch who he fight next. I mean, this shit is it's frustrating when you see it. And he's 32 years old, and this whole notion that he's doing what Floyd doing is bogus. Like, I wish people would never say that again, because it's just not true. He's not doing nothing what Floyd did at all. Instead, he's picking and choosing and making people believe and helping push a narrative that he earned the right to fight who he want. Meanwhile, demanding your money at home, making $45 million to have a 12-round pay-per-view sparring match with a fucking crowd. Like, that's all that was. That's all that hugging and shit they was doing. Told you, that dude ain't had no issue with Golovkin. I know he was trying to sell the fight. And where was this whole you want to knock out on his end? He tried for a knockout for about 4 rounds until he shot his load. It's like he showed me he did the same thing against Bivol. The only difference was he had a lesser opponent in there that wasn't able to deal with whatever it is that he put out, which wasn't that enough. It wasn't that much to me. You know what I'm saying? He paraded around as the face of boxing with his silk pajamas at the press conferences and fighting wherever he want and demanding your money and telling you who he not going to fight. Meanwhile, you have to pay for him. So always consider that. We should never have to deal with who you want to fight when you get paid that much money. Or then again, we ain't got to support it. So you can't have it both ways. If you want to fight who you want to fight and nobody want to see it, don't expect people to support it. I always say that with that dude, man. Kyle, what's good with it, my bro?
What's going on? You know, it's Floyd Mayweather fault, man. Him and
What's up, Kyle?
this whole country behind him shit. What's going on with my dogs, man?
Yeah. I said that too. That's the leg he got to stand on, the country being behind.
Yeah, and it ain't true. It's false as a mug. But I just wanted to tap in with you, man. Say what's up. My kids is running me crazy. Right when I was trying to get on with you, man, they started acting damn fool. So I had to move them. I had to take them this way, do this, man.
I know I be. Mine's be on my neck sometimes. My son
Yeah,
be right in every couple seconds with something.
Yeah, man. So I just wanted to tap in with you, man. Let you know I'm supporting you, and I appreciate your support as well, man. So I appreciate what you doing, man.
What you doing too, man? I see you keeping busy too, bro. You popping up there 4 times a day. Yeah.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying out here in these streets,
you doing
man.
your thing, pal, man.
I'm on it. Like, I ain't slowing down. I think I'm gonna keep the pace, man. That's why I'm telling the people I'm here. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it.
Definitely, man. So I look forward to kicking with you again on your panel, man. Whenever you live, I ain't live, and you know what I'm saying. I'm pulling up.
You know it, man.
Oh, man, we
same here, bro.
Come through and pull up on YouTube. I ain't been on your live in a minute, bro.
Yeah, man, pull up, man. Shout out to my TWT squad, though, man. I got much love for y'all, man. Y'all know, you know what I'm saying. You know, we've been down.
I got you, Zoom.
You know, we've been down for a long time. You know what I'm saying. Shout out to the we the cleanup crew. Y'all TWT with G5, but I always say me and him the cleanup crew because man, I had to lay that show and then he'll come in right after me. So you know,
right. Exactly.
Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all doing a hell of a job, man. I love y'all movement. I'm supporting y'all movement. You know what I'm saying? I'm an honorary member. You know what I'm saying? But
yes, sir.
Definitely love what y'all niggas is doing, man. I appreciate y'all support, bro.
Hey, man, we appreciate your support and your great work that you putting out there too, bro.
Yeah, I always say, yo, we can't. I mean, for me, I'm of the mentality. I can't expect people to support me if I'm not showing them that I'm willing to do the same thing, and that's just on all ways around the board. So I like all the people I support, and I rock with them. And like I said, even outside of YouTube, so I got most of y'all numbers. So.
I'll be live in a couple hours, man. If y'all free. I'll be live in a couple hours. But I mean, whenever you go live, man, I got to put the bell icon on because you subscribe to people, they don't really let you know when people get busy. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta hit that bell icon.
Yeah.
Make sure you subscribe and hit the bell icon so y'all can get the notifications. They don't really just send you notifications just because you subscribe.
I done had to turn them off and turn them back on for a couple channels. When I notice I don't be getting them, that's what I do. I'll turn them off real quick, click it right back on, then it start giving me them again. Or I make sure I got enough space on my phone too. My shit be man, I got so much boxing shit on my phone. I need to clean my phone out and my other laptop. Shit,
get another one. Fuck it, get another one, man.
Yeah. For real, for real. I need one more laptop. I got 2. I think 3 might be the magic number, and I might be cool.
Yeah, man. Get a hard drive. Get one of them hard drives too. That's what you got to do. Get you a hard drive. Get one of them big old hard drives, dog. That look like a damn brick, and then they got so much memory you can put on them.
Oh yeah, them 16 gigs, hard 16 terabytes and all that shit.
Yeah, man, I done seen some big ass ones. So get one of them joints, and you'll be good to go.
Sir, Mike.
All right, y'all. Man, I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, dog.
Man.
Keep grinding, man.
Man. I appreciate y'all. Shit, I appreciate people pulling up to listen to me talk this shit. So.
I always appreciate your insight, my dog. Keep rocking, big dog.
All right. 10 months in, y'all. I'm 10 months in and counting. I'm closing in on that year mark.
That's what's up, Just.
I'm doing all right, man.
Yeah.
One of my videos at 2,000 views too. One of my little shorter ones. I like when I see that traction. At Jamal Charlo got people talking, huh? Him and the Diamonds. I've seen some mixed reviews. People feeling like Charlo will get his ass beat. Some people feel like Charlo will beat the Diamond's ass. What I am going to say is we got to stop being prisoners of the moment. And that's good or bad. Sometimes when you see a guy have a performance where somebody was competitive, you got to understand the difference between somebody that competed and still got their ass beat. Those are fights that happen like that. Sometimes you got Ocampo was competing, get his ass beat, but he competed every step of the way and still lost. You get what I'm saying? It happens like that. Like I think Montiel competed and made moments rough for Charlo. I don't think the totality of the fight was rough. I think people need to understand and, you know, be able to differentiate the difference between, you know, moments and the whole fight being competitive. Now he fought back and I felt like that night he had his mind made up. He wasn't coming to be knocked out. And this is something else that I noticed too. And I noticed this from the fucking fight picture that they put up on the screen when he fought Adames. I looked right at his stomach. I said, man, he ain't in no shape. Then he took that poncho off. I said, man, he ain't in shape for real. Man, he about to get his ass beat. And look what happened. I didn't think it was going to be that quick, but I wasn't surprised when I looked. He just was not in the same shape. Nobody's going to convince me that. He just was not. And that's half of competing. When you are in shape to compete at the sport that you participate in, you give yourself that much of a better chance at competing, period. Just being in the fight. And I just don't think he was in no type of shape. I think Charlo had a rough performance. I think he was going through the motions, fought down to his competition a bit. That's no slight to Montiel. That's just how I interpreted it. That's what I seen. And as a result, he had some rough moments. But look at the scorecards. They were wide. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to hear, they just robbed. No, man, stop, yo. Stop. The dude was not, you don't realize what you seen was a guy fighting back. That's what you seen. You didn't see, you get what I'm saying? You didn't see nobody, him getting his ass beat. Yeah, he got a cut. And I think what opened that up was a butt initially, you know what I'm saying? But he took some shots for real. And that's what happened when you in there with a guy that's fighting back. And that's what he was doing. He was fighting back. Adames did not let that dude get a chance to fight back. And on top of that, he just wasn't in no shape for real to me. T20, my bro, was good with a T20. Yeah, man, I'm aiming for this 10K. You know it. I'm trying to get it. I'm going. That's why I loaded up. I didn't go live the last couple of days. I said, let me load up on these shorter videos. Let me let them know I still doing both. You know what I mean? Live and the shorter videos. Shit, I got thumbnails for shit that I ain't even do yet. Tell me. Couple open panel topics that we're gonna have to have, man. Because the top 5 under 25 is a deep list. They got about 25 names on that joint. That's a joint I'm gonna need some help with, man. We're gonna have to deep dive on that. But I like some of the placement on some of the fighters that they got, where they got them at. Top 25 fighters under 25. Under 25. So Adames did good against Montiel. He beat his ass. Adames the underrated fighter. Yeah, he is underrated. I believe he is. Trying to get to 300, and you will, my bro, and then some. Not only 300, 3,000, man. You know? Yeah, man. I ain't stopping, so like I said, I'm full time with it. I ain't stopping. There's a lot of shit to be done. It's a lot of work to do. But I'm here. I'm up for it, so we're going to get it done. Damn sure we're going to get it done. Adames, me too. That makes sense right there. Adames versus Munguia. Yep. COVID. Yep. I know how that be, bro. Now that it's somewhat simmered down, now we're going to climb over that hump, bro. We with you. Zoom. Trust me, bro, because I know this grind is a different one. I already know. I learned it. Man, this shit for real. And consistency is the key. Because you know what I noticed from, the other day I posted like 3 videos, and from them 3, I probably got damn near 20 more subs from 3 videos. Now, if I would have never done them, that would have never been the case. So it just was a matter of consistency. All the videos didn't do 2K, but that one that did, that one opened it up, and that's how that shit be coming. So I noticed the more I post, the more active you are, the more people are going to see you. Stay in the algorithm. Like I just felt like I fell out of the algorithm for a minute. I feel like I'm getting back into the swing of things now.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. You deserve a good fight. Yeah, get him a good one. And I just want to see Charlo, because again, fans forget so fast, man. We prisoners of the moment. We seen Adames last one. We seen Charlo last one. You feel like the last time you seen Charlo in there with the same guy Adames was in there with.
Oh,
You got people that describe it as life and death. I tell you, go watch the fight again, bro. You had a dude that fought back, and he had some success. And I believe he did catch Charlo off guard a little bit, caught him by surprise just a bit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. That's what kind of fight you got. But I do believe that Charlo is a guy that does get up for challenges, and I do believe. Not that I believe. I do know. Last time y'all put Charlo back against the wall was against J-Rock, and he knocked him out in dramatic fashion. So I'm just going off that. Like, I know when that man back is put against the wall and y'all thinking he can't do something, he gonna show you otherwise. Look how he beat up Derevyanchenko as opposed to when Golovkin fought him.
Facts.
Whooped his ass. I don't care what nobody say. I felt like defensively that night, he was switched on and everything. He didn't take a lot of punishment that fight. He was switched on. He beat Derevyanchenko up. So, I mean, that I feel like people only sometimes they only I get it, like you only as good as your last one, but sometimes some of these things don't apply to every fighter. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes your last one is not an indication of your best. And if we being honest, then we even got to be a fan. If you just watch Charlo, you would know that did he perform at his best in that fight? And that's how you got to, like, again, when you have real conversation, you are forced to go deeper than surface level. You know what I'm saying? And you will have to really ask yourself, was that him at his best? Absolutely not. Now the problem would come in is if you felt like he performed at his best and got his ass beat still. You get what I'm saying? Or performed at his absolute best and it still didn't look convincing. You get what I'm saying? I could see if how he performed against Montiel was the absolute best, then you would have reason to be, concerned. But until you actually see his best is not good enough, pump the brakes, man. Like, he's still who he is. It's unfortunate he in a weight class where everybody's not mixing it up, and he's only getting a blame. He like the tank of 160. He get blamed for not fighting people. Golovkin get to sit there safely with his belts, pick his fights, navigate his fights, and rob the bank. Nobody got a problem with it. But when it's Charlo, is he ducking people? He underrated, he overrated. I mean, not underrated, overrated, overhyped, and all this other shit. Nah. I'm saying, I think he just he a victim of being in a weight class where dudes are not forced to mix it up with each other. And I always say this, you can't make people get in the ring with you. You just can't do it. And if that was the case, then they would have all got their Canelo fights by now. Everybody would have got their Canelo stimulus package. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, he's using his notoriety and politics to avoid quality opposition. But it's going to catch up to him because he's 32, over 60 fights, and he's an old 32. Now the short give me 50K views and something like 66 supporters believe, yeah, I got beat the fuck up by that lame ass virus. Yeah, fan, I know how it be, bro. Trust me. You can get back to it. You just get right back in that algorithm. Just start pumping them videos out. Because it'll even tell you, the more you pump out, the more you could be seen. And that's one of the things I learned. Facts, right? He a high-level gatekeeper, right? You know what I'm saying? He a privileged gatekeeper. Fake. He a privileged gatekeeper right now, bro. You got me mad at the reporter for asking him a real question. Yeah, you got mad at the reporter for asking him a real question. That's how he is, because he's so privileged and entitled. You don't think nobody could question his moves or say nothing to him. Like, his shit don't stink. Like, I'm Canelo and you can't say nothing to me. Mr. I was born ready. We could say what we want, boy. We call a spade a spade. And like I said, on the surface, yeah, you winning and you beating people up, making a lot of money, you beating champions, and you became undisputed in the division. But I'm telling you, the biggest problem I have with undisputed is we really pretty much know, based on how he's moved and what he said, from the not fighting Mexicans thing, we pretty much know. Yeah, like a spoiled kid. We pretty much know. Even before he said that, how he was moving, he wasn't gonna fight Benavidez. That man ain't lose them belts twice on them scales. I guarantee, or once on the scale and once outside the ring. So he lost it twice. If he didn't do that, I bet you this man would not be undisputed right now. Because he would have had to go through him to get that WBC strap, and he would have never did that. And you already said no Mexicans, so what is people be like? We don't know that. Yeah, we do know that. We do know. Tired of y'all saying that. We do know that. We know exactly that. What the fuck did he tell you? What did he tell you? You still trying to, you know what I mean, find a way to excuse it? You can't. I have to get that just the YouTube tutorial stream. Hey man, any way I can help my family, I'm gonna do it. I'm still learning, but I tell you, when I learn something and I figure it out, I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna go with it. I figure it out. Certain shit with YouTube that I be thinking I'm figuring out. I be trying to pay attention, man. Plenty of top guys that I'm gonna give Canelo credit. I'm gonna just say Canelo fought the worst version of Plant. He caught him at the right time, bro. I'm telling you, he really a beneficiary of timing. You know what I'm saying? Timing being playing to his in his favor. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to discredit Plant or even Canelo. I'm just saying it's just there's been too many examples of guys that you could have fought and you just not fighting them. You get what I'm saying? And like, what could we say, bro? Like you know what I'm saying? And then the sad thing is he's only getting older. So the older he gets, the less likely he is to challenge himself. You get what I'm saying? Against one of these guys. And I'm calling this, y'all. I'm calling this. And remember I said it. The only way he fights one of these guys, whether it be CHARLO Benavidez or Andre, the only way he fights one of those guys is if they lose or have a fight where they look very bad and very vulnerable. Then he might take a chance on him. Other than that, them dudes still undefeated and winning and beating people, you can forget about it. He's not getting in the ring with them. And it's like people get mad at us for it, but get mad at him. Y'all more mad at the people for calling it out than the guy that's causing the situation to be the way it is. You don't like people's perception of you, change the reality of the situation. Because all the time, oftentimes, and in a lot of cases, perception is not reality. And when it pertains to Canelo, people perceive him as the face of boxing, but that's not the reality. And if he wants to change the perception of people, which can then in turn be a good reality for him, he would fight the people that we want him to fight and understand he ain't even got to beat all these dudes, or even maybe not even fight them all, but you got to fight at least one or two of them, bro. And you really want the respect, you're going to have to beat them. So just don't think he's going to give us those people, man. At that minimum, a draw going into the later rounds. I'm telling you, yeah. It was crazy, bro. Beat out of Prime Shane and Cotto too. Facts. I think a Prime Cotto gives him a much, much more difficult fight. And Shane, you already know a prime Shane. Like he, was a smaller Shane, but he could have beat that dude. A prime Shane Mosley, probably a much tougher fight for him too. Plant just let off the pedal, on this stretch. I think he got a little tired down the stretch, bro. A little tired, and Canelo did look like he made an adjustment in terms of punch placement, like where he placed that punch. And I can't stress that enough. I feel like earlier on when he was shooting that punch, Caleb was able to like catch it on the glove. But this particular time, like the glove, maybe for whatever reason, maybe because he's getting a bit more tired, it was a little bit more lower than what it was. And you know what I mean? Maybe he ain't hold the phone like he was early in them earlier rounds, and that punch landed perfectly like above the glove of Caleb Plant. You know what I mean? Where he was trying to protect that. And that little exposed piece, like Canelo zeroed in on that shit and hit him like high on the head and just knocked his equilibrium off, and the rest was history. Wait, Bowie Cotto came in like 15 pounds heavier than him. No one could tell me he beats a prime Cotto or Shane Mosley, and that's not their natural weight classes either. Nope. Much tougher fights for him, bro. Cotto was boxing his head off, but the weight difference caught up to Cotto. Facts. I always said Josecito Lopez was getting with him until the weight caught up to him. The weight and size and strength and power of Canelo just took off on him. Plant loss. I've experienced that too. Fate. That's why I said timing for sure. Definitely inexperienced. 21 fights compared to 60. You know what I'm saying? 22 to 60. Like, you know what I'm saying? Dude been pro since he was 15. Like, there's no time. Dude probably been boxing since he was 5. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why now he's an old 32 because he got all that wear and tear on him. So, I think he's going to be very strategic as to who he fight for the remainder of his career. I just think he's a businessman. He's a smart businessman because if he's able to pick who he want to fight and still get all that money, it makes him smart. We don't respect it. At least I don't. You know what I'm saying? But he's a smart businessman nonetheless because he's lining his pockets. Why do you think? Simply because, like, when you look at him, like, you know, when my first criticism of him began, bro, for me, because see, like I said, like I really follow this shit long enough to like I understand where it started for me, and it's like it's not hate, but I just have to call it out. You get what I'm saying? And for me, bro, where I first started having a problem with Canelo Alvarez is when he started campaigning at 155 pounds. And nobody, like, not nobody, but not enough people called it out. This dude had killers. You had both of the Charlos and Andre at 54 at one point, bro. This dude fought at 155 pounds, a made-up weight class, so he didn't have to fight the top of the division for real. Get what I'm saying? It was bogus. He hit people with a bunch of like weight clause stipulations, like all types of shit with this dude. Like, it's like smoke and mirrors. And if you really like dig deep and you listen to the opinions of some of the Mexican fighters that participated in the sport, some of the legends, they don't rock with him. They think he just ain't representing a Mexican fighter the right way because he's not willing to fight any and everybody. And it's obvious. And my thing is this, just follow me, bro. And it's no hate to him. When you just think about it, bro. You'll fight Canelo tomorrow for $45 million. Better yet, even 20. You get what I'm saying? You'll fight this dude tomorrow for that kind of money. Dude got 45 million, yo, and he's showing you a willingness not to want to fight any and everybody. That's my issue with him. And if people can prove to me that that's not what he's doing, then I'll just be quiet on it. But it's way more evidence out there that he's done things very strategically on his behalf to avoid fighting certain guys. Like, just think, I'll go so much deeper than the average person. Like, just think when he told Andre he's a horrible fighter. Some people look at that like I did. I laughed at some of it, but just think about how irresponsible it is for a fighter to try to convince a fan base, and he has a big fan base. Think about how many people watching that. Irresponsibly tell all of these people, basically, the reason I ain't fight this dude is because he fights with nobody and he's a horrible fighter. That's so irresponsible, bro, because we all know that that's not the truth. And just think about it. Since talking shit like that to Andre, you've lost again. But you still want fans and people that's on your side to believe that this guy is the horrible fighter when you are the guy that's avoiding fighting this horrible fighter. Whatever stopped you from fighting a horrible fighter? What was Abney of Durham? That wasn't a horrible fighter. What was Rocky Fielding? What was Callum Smith? Those dudes wasn't horrible fighters. Because if they're not, they're definitely not on the level of Andre, it's safe to say. So for him to comfortably use his notoriety and his positioning in boxing to kind of, you know, his status to kind of avoid quality opposition is my biggest critique of him. I have no issue with him as an individual. I don't know him. Even as an athlete, I don't hate him. But I think that mentality is not good for the sport because he's telling you, I'm going to demand your money and I'm going to fight who I want and you going to pay me for it. So it's like, for me, that's how I look at it. So people don't look at it that deep, but I do because it's like, that's bogus. Like, think about if more champions share his attitude. And you got to think, look how much flack Jamal Charlo get but he don't got the keys. He's not the face of the boxing like he is. And look how much flack he get. Way more criticism for not fighting somebody than Canelo. But Canelo has the keys to be able to say to, if he wanted to in his very next fight, say I'm fighting Demetrius Andre, he could. If Canelo in his very next fight wanted to say I'm fighting Jamal Charlo, he could. In his very next fight, if he wanted to say I'm fighting David Benavidez, he could. None of these other guys have that luxury to call that shot as clearly as he can. You get what I'm saying? And it's obvious. But yet and still, he won't pull the trigger on none of these fights because, he ain't fighting Mexicans. I don't know what the excuse is for not fighting Charlo. I'm saying, and I guess the Demetrius Andre is he's a horrible fighter. But all of that is bullshit. So you get what I'm saying? There's a lot of smoke and mirrors with him. And if he stepped in the ring with any of these fighters, he'd get the respect from everybody. Nobody would be complaining. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't think it wasn't fixed. Nah, Canelo made a slight adjustment that got him the victory, and Plant gas tank, didn't do him no favors. He said because he's a cheat. Yeah, with the clenbuterol shit. Yeah, but Floyd Canelo, to me, fraud. I think you can't put them in the same sense, and Floyd can't be a fraud because you gotta think. Look how many world champions he fought. Like I believe it's over 20. This is something like that, if I'm not mistaken. 22, 23, something. It's a lot. You get what I'm saying? So it's like I don't see how, you get what I'm saying? And for a big portion of his career, he was the B-side. You get what I'm saying? Floyd didn't stop being the B-side till he beat De La Hoya. You get what I'm saying? After he beat De La Hoya, it was no longer the B-side. Everything changed for him after that point. His persona and everything. Notice, then he transcended into Money Mayweather shortly after. You get what I'm saying? So Floyd, I think, even though he picked his fights, he still picked fights that made sense with some obvious danger in them. You get what I'm saying? Like, I've heard people complain about him fighting Maidana, but I put it in perspective. Like, just think, not only would it sell to the people, but Maidana, under the tutelage of Robert Garcia, was undefeated. Like, at the time, like the fights he had, he ain't lost yet. Remember, he beat Broner. He was coming off the biggest win in his career. That's when Floyd fought him. Get what I'm saying? That's usually what Floyd do. Fought people coming off their biggest wins of their career. Get what I'm saying? Who did Robert Guerrero beat? Was that Andre Berto that he beat? When he fought him, like if you just go back and just look at the history, like when he fights people, it's usually coming off their biggest wins. Now, the Andre Berto was definitely a handpick when Floyd fought him, but for the most part, just think of the time in which he fought these people, and think about the earlier part of Floyd before everybody knew who he was. Like all the challenges he faced, the Gennaro Hernandez's and fighting Emmanuel Augustus, like the different challenges that Julio Castillo, Castillo fights he fought. Jose Castillo, my bad, yeah. Fought him twice. Like he just fought a lot of people that, he fought Diego Corrales. You get what I'm saying? Angel Manfredi, when he was still decent. Like Floyd whooped a lot of ass, man. He whooped a lot of ass, bro. He whooped a lot of ass before, before he started picking. Gonna call challenges in the top division. Yeah, Floyd can never be a fraud. Not in the sport of boxing, bro. Yeah, and he was a hell of a trash talker, especially after he turned to money. He was going crazy after that. World champions in a row before retirement, and that's in a row. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. Floyd should have fought Thurman. I wouldn't have been mad, but like realistically, bro, like you really think, what you think, how you think that fight would have played out? Because I could kind of tell you how that fight would have played out for the most part. The most that Keith Thurman would have actually done or could have actually done is probably caught Floyd with a good punch or something like that. And I'm here to tell you, because I've seen him do it time and time again. The minute he would have got caught with something that was like crazy or a good ass punch, that would have been the end of Keith Thurman landing good ass punches for that fight. and he's far too much of a headhunter to. Yeah, it's something like that. Fate. It's one of them. It's up there. It's in the 20s for sure. But it's just Keith Thurman wouldn't beat him. Like, would I mind seeing it? No, I wouldn't mind seeing it at all. But man, he'd have beat Keith Thurman up. Too smart for Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman too much of a headhunter. He would have exposed Keith Thurman for that headhunt and all them wide ass punches. Because Keith Thurman ain't awkward. Think about it. Mike Donald was awkward. That's why he was able to have some success. Keith Thurman could just be wide with his punches sometimes, load up, and be too much of a headhunter. Floyd would have broke him down. He'd have went to his body. Just think about Keith Thurman's body and think about Floyd, that stab to the body that he do. That would have just been slowly taking the air out of Keith Thurman tires. You talking about one of the smartest fighters in the sport of boxing. And I think that's what it always boiled down to. And that's why I appreciated Floyd on a different level, because he showed you he ain't have to be the biggest. He ain't even have to be the fastest. Definitely ain't have to be the strongest. You know what I'm saying? And none of that. In some cases, he ain't even have to be the more experienced fighter. But I ain't seen a fight yet. You know what I mean? Well, we ain't gonna see no more of them. You see, we got to see 50 of them, right? And I went back, and I think if I'm not mistaken, Floyd still was one of the only fighters that got all his fights still on YouTube. I think if y'all want to go back and watch any of them, and I urge anybody, if you did not see the very early stages of Floyd Mayweather, like when it was referring to him as a power puncher, like I urge you to really go back on YouTube and just search them fights. Just search Floyd, first professional fight, and then go from 1 to 50. And I've never seen him fight where he wasn't the smarter guy. You get what I'm saying? I've never seen a fight where he wasn't the smarter man in the ring. And that's just impressive. Do you know how hard that is? Like, to look how many size deficits he overcame in his fights. Look how many times he was the smaller man. These dudes weighed so much more than him, and he'd just go in there and dismantle them. Dudes taller, longer, more experienced. You know what I'm saying? Like, he fought a lot of guys, yo. I'm telling you, that dude fought a lot of names, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, no doubt about it. When he was Pretty Boy, it became to be more about business, and money for sure. But he still was taking some dangerous risks. He was taking some risks for sure. Facts, fake. And he came from 130. That's a fact. And fought as high as what? Like 54? Like, damn, junior middleweight, pretty much. 52, 54, something like that. So it broke people down mentally. Facts. Hey, Fate, I forget what fight it is. I gotta go back and research it, do the homework to figure out what fight it was. And you want to talk about breaking somebody down mentally, bro? He had this fight, I forget who he was fighting, man. I gotta go back, like I said, and do the homework. But I'm talking about, how Floyd do when he sit on the ropes at times and be slipping shots, or like, catching them on the elbows and arms and shit. Looked like he was doing that, but it looked like he was doing it too much, right? So I'm like, damn, why he keep doing this? It looked like he kind of like letting dude get off on him a little bit. It ain't like he hurt or nothing, but just for the reps, it's Floyd. Like, you don't want to be letting nobody just unload, even if you are catching shots, blocking them and shit, right? So I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, why Floyd keep doing this? Can you believe, that he made this dude punch himself out? And when I say punch himself out, like, how you seen a dude shoot his load and get knocked out or something like that because of it, right? No, that ain't what happened. This dude literally was unloading on Floyd for a couple rounds in a row. And next thing you know, he sat down in his corner and did not come out for the next round. And Floyd went right over there to like the announcers and broadcasters and told him, like, yo, I made him punch himself out. Like that was his plan or something. Like, who would have the wherewithal to put themselves in a dangerous situation, knowing how it could look for the judges and how it could affect the outcome of the fight, and really allow somebody to do things for rounds, knowing that they're going to shoot their load. He made this dude punch himself out and did not come out for one of the rounds. Fight was over. I'm like, Floyd is just different, man. Like, it's one thing when you beat a nigga ass, you see him knock him out, outbox him, and just outclass somebody all night or stop him. But to make somebody quit and they was unloading on you is different, yo. That's another level where dudes just like I'm spent. That's it. Just think about that. And it looked like he was having some mild success, like, but the fact that he could not continue because Floyd, you know, went through with a strategy that then allowed dude to not only get off but punch himself out to the point where he couldn't continue and then quit on his stool. I said, damn, man, that shit is crazy. It's special get, man. Do the same thing, breaking them in the fight mentally, making them desperate. Yeah, he could. And I think he'd be like, if he was to get a shot at Loma first, he'd be one of the first people to show you like how to deal with a Lomachenko. I really, in my heart of hearts, I feel like that. I feel like it'd be competitive, no doubt, because Lomachenko could fight. I feel like Shakur Stevenson to take him to school. That matrix shit won't exist. It won't. I feel like his timing is better. His shot placement is better. He controls distance and range just as good, if not better. He don't need unnecessary angles, and you get what I'm saying? Like sometimes people be enamored by movements. And not to say Loma's angles is shit, but they only work against them smaller guys or guys with extremely slow feet. You get what I'm saying? They're not that lack the foot speed or IQ and intelligence to keep up with Loma, but just like you seen the Israel Gonzalez guy give Bam some good work, and he was cutting off the avenues to some of those angles that Bam liked to take and it wasn't working. Shakur Stevenson would be able to do the same thing with Lomachenko and make him pay for trying to use them angles unnecessarily or thinking you just gonna befuddle somebody with your angles, and you won't be the Matrix that night, y'all. Trust me, he won't be the Matrix that night. Shakur got a chin. I get you. I think respectfully, Fate. I think he do. Why I say that? Because I think we seen Valdez crack him clean a couple times in that fight for sure, and I think Conceição definitely landed some flush shots, like especially when he was pressing on the gas, but he just like walked through them. So I think initially, like as far as the chin check, I think it's there. But the thing is, when we talk about Tank Davis, the difference is you can have a chin with Tank Davis. Just because Tank knock you out don't mean you ain't got no chin. I don't think it matters if you have a chin as much when it comes to Tank Davis. Now that, don't get me wrong, that will help you, but ultimately, you're gonna need two things to be able to beat a Tank Davis, like from a defensive standpoint. You're gonna have to be able to have a chin, a damn good one, and I think you're gonna have to limit how much that chin get hit. Because I think when we talking about Tank, despite how good your chin is, I think he just had a type of power that he could knock out. You know what I mean? You can have the best of the best chins, and I think he could still get you out of there. But yeah, you definitely, and I'm only talking from a defensive standpoint. I'm saying like the be able to beat Tank, or one of the ingredients, I think, is two of them. Two of the factors is you having a good chin and then having a defense good enough to not let that chin get hit over and over, because if he can hit you often, he can get you out of there. Yeah, Walters is back, man. Salute to Nicholas Walters for making a return after a 6-year hiatus. I did make a little video. If y'all ain't see it, go check it out. It's a short video. He back. Nicholas Walters. Yeah. And he coming back Saturday too, Fate. He coming back Saturday. Against a journeyman, of course, you need boxing skills. Facts, Ghost. I was just focusing purely on far as the defense. If nothing else, you definitely, even with the boxing skill, you definitely need that. But on the defensive end, you definitely need a chin, and you need defense good enough to stop that chin from getting cracked on, because he's just a special talent. Like, that's a God-given gift that he got, is that power. Everyone don't have a Pitbull Cruz chin. Yeah, facts. And even with him, T20, I think he was on borrowed time right before Tank hurt his hand, because I always say this to people, and I even watched it back. When you go watch that, and you see right before Tank hurt his hand, and when I don't know if y'all was listening, but I think Calvin Ford was telling him, like, early, like it was a couple rounds he was adjusting to him, and he was being more defensive, trying to adjust to that bobbing and weaving, a little peekaboo Mike Tyson type shit he was doing. Then Calvin Ford told him, all right, now step forward now. Like, and if y'all notice, when he told him that, Tank started pressing forward and letting shots off, and even Eastside Cruz was blocking, he still was like knocking them, like, you know, around just the weight of the shots. And I say that to say, like, the shots started to come in a little bit more, and he started to hit him a little bit more. And it was just, to me, a matter of time before he was able to get something in clean, because Eastside Cruz is just so wild, and he leaves himself so wide open when he punch, because when he fully commit to a punch. And I think that's what would have left him open, and it would have left him susceptible to getting caught with something crazy by Tank. You also need to earn Tank respect. You have to hurt him, like Ali once said, told him. Like Ali once told him, show him you got power too. You can hurt him too. Yeah, man. Gotta get his respect, because if you don't, then you on borrowed time. And it's crazy because I honestly think Rolly had his respect, because he understood the dangers that came with Rolly. Rolly ain't got nothing to lose. It's a big dude. He heavy as hell on fight night. He's strong. He actually got a real punch. Not gonna let him crack me with nothing else crazy again. That you know what I mean? And he still he got the timing and patience of a sniper, man. You know what I'm saying? And he's not hard to fluster, and he don't panic. And if he need to step on the gas, I know he could do it. That's it. Big ass head made it still. Yeah, facts. Coming out with that damn Bane mask or whatever the hell that was, looking like a real pit bull for real. Yeah, Leo saying that Cruz had a good plan, but he just didn't have a physical aspect covered. Nope, you gotta take the fight to Tank and catch him in those moments where he act lazy and shit. Yeah, little subtleties and shit you gotta take advantage of, because he's definitely a very calculated and smart fighter, despite what people think. Tank is a smart dude, man. First 4 rounds, Tank is way too inactive. He's a slow starter. You gotta earn his respect and those, and get him out of there if you can. Yeah, or take advantage of the inactivity, so to speak, in those rounds. But I think what people seeing with Rolly, the inactivity you seen with Rolly, was strategic and careful by Tank, because he wasn't, you know, he's not a guy that makes very big mistakes and a whole ton of mistakes. You know what I'm saying? They all make mistakes, but he don't make them really crazy. You know what I mean? Wild mistakes. Like, he's a smart fighter. Despite him having that, you know, that KO power, he's very calculated with that power, and very selective with his punch output. But I think, you know, against a certain fighters that might can bite them in the ass, like being inactive early. But I think the list of fighters that really would take advantage of that situation, that list is very short. And I think the difference with him and most people, that if they so happen to have a exceptionally slow start, he's still able to make up for it once he's able to hit you. You get what I'm saying? And he understands that he don't have to throw a lot of punches to feel like he's landed a lot of punches. Get what I'm saying? It's like a couple could feel like a lot with Tank. You know, it just don't take a lot. And I think the miscalculation that fans and fighters might make is the fact that y'all think that that's all he's banking on. I don't think that. I think he knows obviously knows what he got. He know he could box. I think it's people that's underestimating that and thinking that that's all he thinking about is waiting for that shot. But I don't think so. Yeah, you got small tendency. That's a fact. You just need to study the tape. Yeah, and it's definitely easier said than done, but it's doable, bro. Because they all beatable. They're all beatable. They're all beatable, bro. They all beatable. Yeah, in the MMA, similar to Tank, he'll figure you out over the rounds, and once he figure you out, ain't no stopping him. After a while, he know everything you do, good or bad. That's Tank calculated. Yeah, when he fully mentally locked in, focus Tank is a dangerous Tank, and he gonna be on it, bro. He gonna be on it. I'm telling you, and he's very smart and very aware and sound at picking up on patterns, and that's what he did with Leo Santa Cruz. He threw that same punch one time too many in succession, back to back to back, and got his lights turned out. He learned quick that that's not the way to fight Tank. He learned the hard way, should I say. I think people think about Tank power more than what he actually brings out. Even his KOs is often timing based more than just a pure brutal KO power. That's what I'm saying. It's calculated and intelligent. Punch placement, selective punches. Like he's very measured, yo, with his approach. Got to put the power in the back of the mind. I'm telling you. But still know that it's there. You get what I'm saying? Like, you gotta know. So you focus on Tank power punch, you're gonna get slapped. You have to treat him like a calculated boxer, not a fearsome man. That's a great point, man. It's a great point, Ghost, man. That's a great point right there.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
You know what I'm saying? I had to give you just due right there. That's an excellent point right there, bro. Once Tank figure you out, like a question on the test, once he find the answer, ain't no going back. Talk to him, bro.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? In the words of my boy AB, it's time for y'all to get y'all just due. I know how I do it over here. But yeah, man, once Tank figure you out, once he figure out them patterns, it's good night. I read sleepy time for you after that. You know what I'm saying? It's today Thursday. I guess it's Thursday night football. Yeah, and to put Tank versus Devin, I got Tank. I don't care what Devin fans say. Yeah, me too, though. Me too. Yeah, and that's how I feel the same way. You gotta prove me wrong, and I don't mind being wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I just don't think I'm wrong about that one. I just don't think I'm wrong about that one, bro. I think Tank do something real serious to him. I think the power is good, but it's overrated. He's a fearsome puncher for a little dude. Yeah, but it's more just KOs and just power. It's technique, it's torque, it's timing, precision, you know what I mean? Accuracy, all those things. You know what I'm saying? All that boils into one. It ain't just power with him. That's what you saying, Ghost. I don't think it's overrated though, for sure, but it ain't just power. It could be overstated. I'll say that. Not overrated, overstated, because overstated just meaning they focusing and constantly bringing up power, and not the things that go into the power. It's technique, like throwing the punches the right way, turning your punches over. Tank knows how to punch with his punching power. He knows how to transition his weight behind his punches. You know what I'm saying? And still have the defensive wherewithal to get out of the way after a shot that could turn your lights out. And I'm telling you, I just think that makes him so dangerous. He got cat-like reflexes that he don't get enough credit for. And this whole notion that, you know, Dev Haney would just be the boxing from the outside is fucking bogus. I think that's ludicrous that people believe that that'll really work for 12 rounds and he won't find his way in and he won't land no shot that's going to make him have to fight. Like, there's no way you're not going to fight him how you fought Kambosos in that work. That's no fucking way that's going to work. That's going to get you slapped. I can guarantee that gets you slapped. I can guarantee. Everybody talk about what Shakur can fight Tank how he fought Conceição out. Yeah, that's true. Devin Haney can't fight fucking Tank how he fought Kambosos either. Same could be said. Tank can TKO and KO if he times you right. And Ernie or Deontay sleeps you with. Yeah, anything. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, they got that. They got that. That's different. That's that heavyweight power growth. He ain't that, but yeah, he right under there. You know what I'm saying? In terms of just being a destructive puncher. Yeah. Nah, but I think for a 135-pound guy, man, that's his power is like unmatched. Like you ain't seen a ton. And I'm talking about today's boxing. Of course, you got some guys from back in the day that's, you know, ridiculous. But right now in today's times, like that's just one of the hardest punches in boxing. It's real. But again, it's timing, speed, accuracy, you know, precision, like, you know what I mean, placement, torque. You know what I mean? He just knows how to punch. Yeah, facts. We know that. Facts, Fate. Facts. Yes. Tank got power, but it's more technique thing that sets it up than just power. Now I'm with you. I'm with you. Goes. It's just more that I'm with you. That's why I said it's just more that goes into it. What you saying technique? I'm describing the technique, like the torque. You know what I mean? Leverage. You know what I mean? Under his shots. Lorenzo Simpson explained it too. So he get a lot of torque under his shots. He do like that uppercut was it's single. That's the best uppercut he ever threw in his career. It's definitely the best uppercut he ever landed. But that uppercut was like picture perfect. Like he couldn't have thrown that uppercut at Santa Cruz no better than he threw it. There's just no way. He could not have. He could not have thrown that punch any better and got any better of a result. You get what I'm saying? Facts though, Ghost. All facts. All facts. I'm with you, bro. I appreciate your input as always. That's why I appreciate the family. I know you know your shit, Ghost. Loma and JoJo fight the same day. I feel like the viewership going more than Loma. We're gonna see, man, because he is fighting a tune-up, which they expected him to win. So we will see. Maybe it might have some viewership because it's a comeback fight for him, but we're gonna see. Yeah, facts. So, he really is, though. Hey, man, that's how, we watch this shit. And I'm all about learning and understanding the sport more because the more I understand it, the better I could deliver information to the people. You know what I'm saying? And really let them know I understand what I'm watching fully. Like, boxing is really art, man. That shit is highly entertaining. Like, I went to those fights, man, seeing Shakur and all them prospects on that car. I enjoyed that whole car. I was like a kid in there. They fight Tank, I fought JoJo. Gambo, yeah, sleepy. It might be less than 8, yo. If he do that, he start pressing forward, it might be less than that. Real shit. Like, it just, and all these dudes is kings, and I hope they all get a chance to mix it up and just show to their respective fan bases that they are who they say they are, win, lose, or draw. And part of being who you say you are is winning the fights, but it's actually taking the fights too. Get what I'm saying? And I think that's what we want to see all these dudes do at the end of the day. Take the fights that they say they're going to take or they know they're supposed to take, challenge themselves accordingly, participate in as many 50-50 fights as possible. And that's how you move the sport, man. That's how you move the needle. Imagine Tank, because JoJo, a small dude. Yeah, I know. Facts, bro. And he was hitting them with what punch? The left hooks, the lefts. And if that's Tank on the other side hitting you consistently with them left hooks, you don't make it to see the 12th round. You just don't. You don't. It's just real shit. Nobody's taking them flush shots, and definitely not Devin Haney. We seen him, like a lot of people only seen him get buzzed at the end of that round by Linares. Yeah, I ain't see the uppercut that caught him and buzzed him a bit. He just rolled with it a little bit better. He covered it up better, but he got buzzed a couple times. Even you have to look like it's not a lot, but Kambosos landed some shots in there too. That if that's Tank, that's troublesome. Like, that's what I'm saying. This whole notion that these dudes don't be getting hit is bull. Like, they get hit. They do get hit. They just don't get hit a ton. You know what I'm saying? He don't get hit a ton, but he get hit enough. Or like if that's Tank, I think Kambosos might have landed 100 and some punches. Like if Tank landed 100 and some punches on you, that could be a knockout. That's the difference. He has that kind of power. Where an average person, 800 and some punches, that probably not enough to knock you out and they lose the fight. With Tank, that's going to be enough to knock you out. You get what I'm saying? And win the fight. So crazy. I think time goes on, we will see Tank going to a money made part of his career. Seem like he breaking his hand and hurting it more as time goes on. It's the curse of the power. Oh, you know what though, Ghost? I've noticed, man, he needed. I think that was a stupid switch, man. To switch out of the Canelo gloves and switch into them little ugly gloves that he had on for Isaac Cruz, them little ugly red gloves that ain't matched with nothing. And I'm one of them people. I know I ain't the only one in here that like trunk colors and glove colors and shit. I like when shit match, bro. You had to move red gloves that just didn't match with nothing, bro. It was stupid. Change at the last minute. If you can cut the distance with a 64-inch reach against Devin, that jab and keeping Tank away. That's what I'm saying, man. This whole thing that, and if Tank is as good as we say he is, then you really think that all you need to beat him is a jab? That's bogus to think that. That doesn't make a lot of sense, though. That's why I be urgent. That's why I make assessments that are not emotional based. Like, you get what I'm saying? So I can give a fair one, and I can also assess it on both sides. I can make a case for Haney, make a case for Tank. You know what I mean? You can make a case for any of these dudes when it's a 50-50 fight, just being realistic. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's what that was with him, man. Switching them gloves up, them default gloves. On fight night, yeah, when your character is trash. Facts, Johnny. Facts, my brother. It's facts. He's got the same gloves and Rolly fought into. They need to be careful with that. Protect his hand should be a priority. Yeah, well, I know he had the ugly gloves on. Goes for Eastside Cruz, the little red ones that ain't match, and then Rolly, he did have some little white type gloves on. I do like white gloves though, because when you get blood on them, you can see. Yeah, that's a fact, Fate. I'm just saying, and he's a much better fighter. He closes distance, and he can close that gap better. He's a smarter fighter. He got them cat-like reflexes that I don't think you get enough credit for. You really don't. Got them cat-like reflexes for sure. And just the IQ, man. The IQ is right where it needs to be. Underrated. It's a smart, dangerous, calculated killer. The only thing you got to do is keep his mental and his physical together, and he'll be okay. Stay focused. Stay the course, man. I already went in with the hand injury. Isaac Cruz fight. Damn, that's possible too, but. Oh, yeah. I did hear about that. Yep. I did hear he tweaked it even more. That's why it looked like when he, man, if y'all realized when he was hitting those pads in the back in the Eastside Cruz fight, he was mad ginger and soft. Like, he was tapping. He was in rhythm, but he wasn't putting nothing on it. And I was wondering why his workout looked a little different, like his warm-up, should I say. All right, JoJo versus Tank happened. That could have been fun. Yeah. Tank would have definitely got him up out of there, though. Tank would have definitely clapped JoJo, I think. You'd have seen JoJo get knocked out for the first time. I don't think he got the defense to stay away from Tank, and he damn sure ain't got the punching power to match him. I hear you, Johnny. Hey, man. They're going to have to see Frank Martin sooner or later. But I say, you know what? Even better, Frank and Keyshawn Davis, because Keyshawn been talking. Yeah, look at Ghost. Right in my head, man. Come on, Ghost. Yeah, Frank versus Keyshawn. I'm telling you, winner fight Tank. Facts. That's good. Good for it. That's, man, yeah, because JoJo beat Tavern. Yeah, JoJo's the solid opponent, though. Anytime, like, unless he start taking mad L's, like, he's still a solid quality opponent. JoJo Diaz. Take versus Keyshawn. Trying to see that boy in the dirt. Ghost trying to see him take a nap. Yeah, Ghost shot. Yeah, Ghost trying to see him take a nap, man. Yeah, man, they dudes gonna have to see. They gonna see. They gonna have to see, man. They keep winning. Keyshawn look like the goods, man. I mean, Frank Martin look like the goods, man. Frank will murder Keyshawn. I really want to see Tank do it first. Make the Tank one first. Shit, y'all trying to see that boy get hurt, huh? Okay, y'all trying to see somebody get hurt. Oh, man. Frank will murder. Oh, shit. Frank Martin versus Zach Cruz. Another good one. Doc Cruz. Take it. Yeah, that'd be a good ass fight, too, Ghost. Real good, man. Give Staniels that shot at Boots. Yeah, or Virgil Ortiz, because they was saying Virgil Ortiz was going to petition to the WBA or some shit like that to fight Stanionis. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I would like to see it. I would definitely like to see it. Boots versus Ellis. I'm with that too, though, Ghost, man. You definitely, man. Y'all smash the like button for me if y'all haven't, man. We on the way to 4 hours, man. I might just get to the mark before I end it, man. Just cause get to the even mark. But man, it's been a good conversation with y'all as always, man. Much appreciation to the family for hanging in here this long. It's been the longest one I did in a while too, man. So make sure y'all smash the like button for you, bro. I gotta shorten this clip up though. I tried to my editor. I gotta figure out what's going on with my editor app. She's acting crazy. See any improvements in Pandora? Hell no. Absolutely not. And absolutely not. Appreciate you as always for pulling up too, bro. Absolutely not. I honestly think Ocampo exploited some things, and I think the strategy Ocampo used is something that people could implement fighting Fundora moving forward. And I think he's shown himself to kind of be one dimensional because he don't fight well from range, from the outside. Don't fight too much from mid range. He was pumping the jab a little bit at first. It looked like that's something that they was working on, trying to stay behind the jab a bit. But as soon as the fight, turned, once it clicked, it just stayed a fight. And his willingness to stay in the inside too much was exploited because Ocampo, the difference between Ocampo and Lubin stood straight up with him and allowed him to get off, where Ocampo was leaning into him, putting his head in Fundora's chest, and by that collarbone area, making him a smaller target, making him harder to hit him, and he was smothering Fundora work, and Fundora wasn't smart enough to really take a step or two back. Or with him being as long as he is, he probably only got to take a half step back and create some space to work, and he wasn't doing that. So that was a mistake on his behalf. And I think he got exploited, and he just definitely didn't improve, in my opinion. People need to relax with the Boots watches. Ellis, I ain't gonna say watches because I'm gonna give Ellis more credit than that, but it's a good fight. I lean towards Boots, but it's gonna be competitive because Ellis is athletically be able to keep up with Boots. I feel like, and speed wise, I feel like too. So it'll be very, very entertaining fight. Yeah, he did Eddie Gomez bad, man. He did Eddie real bad, Ghost real bad. Move for Ellis, but in reality, Boots got it. Yeah, Ellis, man, I like Speedy Rashidi. I just want to see him back in the fold, back in the mix. Dude, Ellis fighting is that? Yeah, doubt him. Yeah, and people say you'll watch Ellis, just disrespect him in general. Yeah, that's when you see the best Ellis. That's the mythical fighter, and I like Speedy Rashidi though. I do. Time for doing to that last fight. Yeah, Johnny, man, you look sure look like yeah, man. I ain't see no improvements at all. That was a good question, but nope. There's some disrespect to Ellis, a mythical fighter. I got pissed off and disrespect to Ellis over anyone. 47, not name Spence. I like Speedy, man. I like him. I just want to see more of him. Hopefully they keep him busy and active for all these shows as far as each fight. Yep. Because he showed that in the Sergio Garcia fight. Showed some flaws in that fight, and then he showed showed some more on Ocampo fight. It let Ocampo get in his ass, man, before that fight, other than L. Have him do the best of 54, but now I don't know if he beat Harrison or even Castano. Harrison got the style to be able to box him and be smart, and make it hard for him in there. Ellis' athleticism style is good and entertaining. Facts. He a true athlete. And that's what Boots is. That's what kind of fighter you need to be to beat Boots. You need to be another athlete to me. Ellis versus Fundora, another good one. Speedy, a punch on his big ass and boxing, move. Probably put his big ass out if you catch him. Salute to my bro Clarence for sharing it live, man. And y'all smash the like button. Like I said, if y'all got the social medias, y'all do your bro a favor, share this live on y'all social medias. You know what I mean? Keep this content in rotation. More people that, more eyes that, ears that it touch, the more better conversations we're going to have. You dig? Castano would beat up from I did a video on that. I did a little video on that. Y'all go check it out if y'all ain't see it, about Fundora with Castano, Charlo, and Tony Harrison. So those three people, potential opponents. Definitely did a video. See your bro be working. I'll be on it, man. I'll be on it.
Call him out and tell him that instead because we're not getting no boots. Yeah. T20, my bro, what's good with it, Brody? I'm gonna be in here. I'm gonna get to the 4-hour mark. Much appreciation to everybody that stuck through. Hung in here with you, bro, man. Appreciate all y'all too. Appreciate the super chats as well. Much appreciation to your boy. I was too quick for Pandora. We run circles around with his quick ass. Yeah, man. He make it hard for Pandora. Exploit where he can do and sting his ass. And he got the power to hurt him too. And I think he'll hurt him. I think he'll hurt his ass. I do. Word up. That was a trick. That was in some ways he a damn creative player. I'm trying to tell you. That boy different. Great peace, my bro. Much appreciation to y'all, man. Appreciate everybody in the building, man. Y'all smash that like button for you, bro. We had a good live. We got a good weekend of boxing. That was cardio always on point. Yeah. Yes, sir. I think he just that's just shit just natural. We're a natural athlete, I think. Pete. Appreciate you, Johnny, as always. I couldn't do it without my family. And we're gonna continue to push out this content, keep this shit rolling. Like I said, y'all share the lives when y'all can, if y'all can. I'm gonna keep everything in rotation, man. Super cardio for Fandora. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he do. Got a hell of a gas tank for somebody that's eating lettuce rice wraps and shit. And Brussels sprouts. My only dude eating vegetable burgers and shit, cabbage burgers and shit. My boy is different. Johnny, I don't know what his diet consists of. Rice cakes and motherfucking, lettuce wraps with motherfucking spinach. What that boy eat? Probably spinach for his strength. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I noticed him do that well with spacing and distance and creating space so he could throw his shots. Like if you stand there and allow him to work, of course he's gonna work, but Ocampo exposed something or strategy, man, leaning into him and smothering his work and working. And you being a smaller man, you're gonna make it tougher for the taller guy, straight up. Yeah, he be pulling them fast ones, bros. He's slick in there, big tall bean pole. That's olive oil brother right there, Honduras. Nah, facts with all that leaning and shit. I'm gonna say he got to show more dimensions to his game right now. He looking real limited, but he tough with a good work rate and a decent chin too. So, you know what I mean? He tough in there, but they're gonna put him in there with the right person. He's gonna get his ass beat. He might make a mistake about it. He's not gonna last too long. Honduras problem moving forward, y'all, is gonna be he get hit too much. His defense is like a secondary thought or afterthought for him. Like that's not a priority. And whenever you see guys in there that defense is not a priority, they usually don't last that long. And respectfully, he's 24 years old, and already he had about to my count, he had about 4 wars. He had like a nice back and forth war. I think that was Jorge Cota,
Jamonte Clark was a war. That's the draw on his resume. I was backing for that was a war. He was taking some shots in that. Obviously, Erickson Lubin, that was a war, even though Lubin got the worst of that, of course. But then, Ocampo, that's 4 fights that he had wars in. He too young to keep having these wars so early in his career. He gonna shorten his career, and he gonna have to think himself and his team and his trainers for that. There's nothing wrong with fighting and being a fighter, but you gotta be smart. Defense has to be priority, not an afterthought, not something you just do when you feel like it. You can't do that. You got to go in there because I'm telling you, one of the worst things that could happen to him is him to get like, and of course I don't. When I say Paul Williams, I mean inside the ring, like how Sergio Martinez, called Paul Williams. That's one of the worst things that could happen. If somebody catch him like that and tall as he is, and he go crumbling to the ground face first, man, that's gonna be bad. And I really could see that, especially if he go in there with a puncher. Sebastian Fundora getting there with the right person that's punching like that, he gonna get himself. He mess around and get himself knocked out, and pretty bad too. I'm telling you, it'll be bad for him. I'm telling you, that shit just crazy. All right, guys, Gervonta Davis versus Shakur Stevenson debate coming up on Knockout. Wow, I know that's going to be intense. That's going to be a hell of a debate. I'm going to tune into that. But yeah, Fundora, he gotta fix up that defense. I do like his attitude in terms of who he feel like he'd get in there with. I like the way I like his attitude right now. You know what I'm saying? But I don't like the performance of his last one. It was too back and forth. It was too much of reminiscent of a war. And like I say, he's too young. You can't have all them knock them down, drag them out type fights. Like you gotta have fights where you able to dominate or win without taking a lot of punishment. And although he can dish it, and he can dish it just as good as he take it, if not better, but you're gonna run into somebody that's punching a lot heavier, man, and you're gonna find yourself in some trouble. But man, yeah, man, that's my just do on it, man. Much appreciation to y'all that stuck through for these 4 hours, man. It's been a good one. I just wanted to make sure I came back with some quality because I ain't go live the last couple of days. I was on these shorter chopped up videos, and much appreciation to everybody that tuned in and watched any of the videos that I dropped. Like I said, your bro doing this full time, so I'm all gas, no brakes. And y'all know my slogan, man. I ain't here to break the news, but I'm here to have a conversation. I think we just had a dope conversation. And on that note, I'm going to let my family up out of here. Smash that like button on your way out. And we up out of here. Peace.